Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. Bluesman's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Arya, hello Tree, hello Elon, hello Vinit, hello Andrej. Hello Shane. One sec guys, I gotta change my phone settings. Hi Jeff man. Yeah Vinny, aren't you in a ranked game? That's priority. Morning, Gavin. How's your day going? Oh, I think we got a game, Chris.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Lazy day. Every day is my lazy day. Hi, Raint.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
I have 5 move speed faster than Jug. Hello Roderick, hello Ryan, hello Daniel. Hi Rizal. Welcome everyone. Hello, Eljo. Hello, Lance. No tank in my team? Ember can build tanky. Razor can build tanky. I'm not worried.
Cast in Ember Heat.
Lord.
Prepare for battle.
Fear not the forest. What dangers lie here? Flame lights
Matt
the
is the
way.
Aussie guy. Yeah, actually I haven't seen him for a few days.
Harmony must be earned.
Should contact him. Tell him I've been playing on my Smurf. He likes my Smurf, more than my main account.
The way is clear.
Wanna block their small camp?
30 seconds to battle.
Hi, Dawn. Using an obs? No. Oh, Dark Willow.
Destiny awaits us all.
Seriously, I got stunned by that?
Flames blaze again. First blood end.
Last of my kind, but first in this.
Oh, that sucks.
This hearth is welcome. A journey without end. Be wary. Be cautious. It must be done.
Oh my god. Okay, seriously?
The road is endless.
Camera's been all weird and shit.
You have been denied. No path but through. Walk a warrior's way. Balance in all things. A test of training.
No one can save you from that.
I shall teach you.
Oh yes, Dark Willow went to the bottom lane. That's great. Didn't want her up here anyways. Didn't do anything.
All paths find serenity. Prepare for a lesson. Never refuse gold given. Your place is here. Meant for more. Learn from your mistake. On and on again. What must be discovered?
Oh, I don't have enough for bottle yet? Oh, I thought it was like 600 something.
Your end has come.
I should just buy boots first. I don't need bottle right now. I have tons of regen.
Destiny awaits us all. Balance in all things. No path but through. A journey without end.
Oh, I should have changed them there. Oops.
The road is endless. flames clear the way. All action is reaction.
Dude, this hero's so fun, man. He's just such high skill cap hero. So enjoyable. So much room for outplay.
Flame lights the way. You face the flame. To be spent wisely.
Nice ball.
The way is clear. Be wary. Be cautious.
What the fuck? Oh man, I thought I pressed Q. Should have changed him there.
What must be discovered?
Seriously, I pressed it.
It must be done. Chained in searing heat. Walk a warrior's way.
Kill this guy too.
Fire shall teach you.
I have a bottle. I'd like both the top bounty runes. Thanks.
Won't never refuse gold given. The stalwart flame flickers. Rune imprisoned, freedom foretold. On and on again. Did you waste your essence? Harmony must be earned. A trial by fire. None escape by fire. You will be seared. Balance in all things. Come and learn humility. The way is clear. The stalwart flame flickers.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My image steps forth. Be wary. Be cautious. I need more time. Never refuse. Carry forth the flame. I am not ready. What dangers lie here? All paths find serenity. Your place.
What the fuck? He changed very well.
Be swift.
He doesn't have spin. But I don't have mana.
All action is reaction. Walk a warrior's way. I shall teach you. It must be done. Your end has come. You face the flame. Burn forth, my friend. Destiny awaits us all.
sake. Missed.
Harmony must be earned. Hurry to the fray. Tis not yet time. Captured in the flame. Fear not the forest.
Oh, we're just getting
You
started.
will be honored. No path, but through. None escape my fire.
Juggernaut gave up on this lane. Hi, Julius. This Midas game? Great question.
What must be discovered?
Okay, I don't have that much mana.
On and on again. Who's that scorching fellow? I am not ready. The road is endless. Be ensnared in fire. You will be seared.
Not mana, does he? I think he was gonna spear me, but he just doesn't do anything.
Chained in searing heat. I am not ready. Behold.
Man, my kills! Keep getting taken!
Every coin helps.
You guys can have it. I have boots to travel. I'm good.
A test of training.
Wow!
Prepare for a lesson. It must be done.
Double damage.
Bonded, you and I. Balance.
Just what I was waiting for.
I'm dead.
Bottom is missing. Fire shall teach you. On and on again. Come and learn humility. Destiny awaits us all.
Viper TP top. Viper TP top.
Harmony must be earned. My
Dire
instincts
structures are fortified.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Get back, Dark World.
Be wary. Be cautious. What must be discovered? Captured in the flame. Walk a warrior's way.
Strike, strike!
Fire shall teach you. You face the
Rubik TP
flame.
mid.
Come and learn humility. All paths find serenity. No path but through. Bottom is missing. Flame lights the way. The road is endless. Fear not the forest. Beware, be swift. My weakness.
I think Viper's gone, huh? Yeah,
Your
he
middle tower
oh no, he's
is
right here.
under attack.
Oh, he's still here.
What dangers lie here? Your place is
Your middle tower is under attack.
the the way. Monster kill. A test of training. It must be done. Burn forth, my friend. On and on again. A trial by fire. You will be seared. None
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You have no destiny.
Your bottom
waits us
tower is
from
under attack.
Sprouts.
They always said
School.
things would catch up with me. God.
You know what? That's too dangerous to spot him.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
All action
Radiant structures are
reaction.
fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
be on your way.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Searing Jade. I'll teach you. The stalwart flame flickers. Your end has come. You face the flame.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I don't have mana, dude. I don't know what to do. Here, let's go here.
Fear not the forest.
You're gonna die. Careful.
Oh, I don't get regen while I'm doing that, huh?
What must be discovered? What dangers lie here? The road is endless.
Hi, Kyle.
What plans I have? A journey without end.
Damn, Lulu Chan flexing with those PC specs.
Balance in all things.
What a nerd.
Flame lights the way. A tool to teach. Bathed in searing heat. Harmony must be earned.
What the fuck? Okay. They have vision up here. Yeah. Lulu Chan's specs not as good as mine.
Jax, start plotting. We have revenge tonight.
He's about to pop.
Your top tower is under attack.
Who has vision up here? Well, actually, I mean, I guess this is a popular word spot, so I should have expected that. So maybe it would have been smarter if I TP'd over here. Yeah, that would have been way smarter to TP.
Fire shall teach you.
Yeah, Lulu Chan's a scrib.
A warrior's
Not
way.
even a question about that.
Who's that squad? sporting fellow. Be wary.
And yeah, I should put down Remnant while I...
Fear not the forest.
should put down Remnant while I always use Slight.
Come and learn humility rooted in the flame. Come and be burned. The storm.
Sucker.
I shall spin wisely. What must be discovered? What dangers lie here?
Invisibility.
On and on again. What plan can scope? Approach if you dare. A journey without end. You are no more. My image steps forward.
Oh, Jesus. 845 gold, man. Had 66 mana, huh? I can use Slight there, maybe. How do you counter rods? You can use Soyuls. Hi Deepesh, this is ranked. Oh, I got the TP through.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh fuck, 2 YOLO, 2 YOLO, 2 YOLO. I need this Yules. This actually I need to stop fighting the Viper. Every time I fight the Viper, almost every time I die. Yeah, no, I just need to farm for this Yules and I'll be okay. I'm drinking coffee. Yeah, I just need to... I can kill anyone, one of them except for Viper. Does Drake have Omni Slash? Oh, you think he does? Holy shit! Oh fuck! I put Remnant down.
You're going to the
All action is awaits us all. Burn forth, my friend. No path but through.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
None escape my fire.
I just can't fight this guy for that long.
Rune and Bruce, that scorching fellow.
Viper. Just ignore Viper.
Balance in all things. All action is reaction.
Oh shit. Where's my remnant? I already forgot where I put my remnant. Back here.
The rune of illusion. Destiny awaits us all. It must be done. Warm to the touch. A journey without end. Rune imprisoned. Freedom for all. What dangers lie
Your
here?
middle tower is under attack.
I need more time.
I can TP mid.
Flame lights the way.
Oh shit, there's a lot of them. No, oh man, that's scary.
Your end has come. Be wary. Be parry to the fray. All paths find serenity.
Gold is a great conductor.
Oh, there's a fucking Viper around here. I don't want to deal with Viper.
The stalwart flame flickers. Fear not the forest.
The enemy's middle tower has been
Carry
denied.
forth the flame. The way is clear.
I'll take that.
The flame protects me. Ah! On and hurry to the fray. The road is endless.
Hi, Viper.
No path.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are falling.
I'm coming mid.
Your place.
My kind. My grave.
My fire. Harmony must be earned.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Harmony must be earned. Be well, be swift. On and on again. Be wary, be cautious. You will be seared.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Jesus.
What must be discovered?
Regeneration.
All action is reaction. Who's that scorching fellow?
What the fuck, man? Hey, Sonny, try not to be toxic today, okay? Get away from mid.
No path but through. Approach dangers lie here. A test of training. Burn forth, my friend. It must be done. Bonded, you and I. My image steps forth. Fear not the forest. The road is endless. Behold my searing chains. Prepare for a lesson. The way is clear. Fear not your death. The stalwart flame flickers. All paths find.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I shall teach you.
He's going Orchid next? But I have Yules ready.
No chance.
Who's he trying to counter? Razor has Yules, and it would be Wind Ranger then.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance in all things. Be on your way.
English only, please.
Trial by fire. Flame, come and be burned.
Oh my god, I can't even use Remnant, man. I got Remnant over here. I'm spamming this shit. Maybe I need to click on the ground. I think I was clicking on the ground. I don't remember where I was. Well, that is unfortunate. Yeah, Rubik's suicide.
To the underscape with you.
Green Tora? Quick cast on activate Remnant, huh? No, that is actually an excellent suggestion. There you go.
Mine!
I don't buy Lotus because I have Yules. Holy shit.
Flicker on the wind. Destiny awaits us all. Stands watching venom. I burn you brightly. What danger chained in searing heat. Harmony must be earned. I need more time. You face the flame. Chained in searing heat. It must be done. Destiny awaits us all. Ignite. Things. Fear not the forest. I am not ready. Your end has come. way. Burn forth, my friend. No path. The way is clear. Flame light happy ensnared in fire. Approach if you will. The road is endless.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Learn from your mistakes.
Dire structures are fortified.
None escape my fire. Carry forth the flame.
Get this Viper too? Do we hit?
'Tis not yet time.
Damn, no detection.
Be wary. The place is here.
Better luck next life.
Warmed?
Every coin helps.
On and on
It's
and
quite
be
powerful.
on your way. All paths find serenity.
I caught the Mars here.
What must be discovered?
Oh, my remnant. Oh, shit.
Captured in the flame. All action is reaction. The stalwart flame flickers.
The Underscape will not
Harmony must be earned. Be well, be swift. All action is reaction.
Hey, Naomi, are you trying to look down on my build?
Be wary. Be wary. Serenity.
The enemy's top tower
Hurry
is
to the
falling.
fray.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
You have no chance.
What the fuck,
Enemy's
man?
middle barracks has fallen.
For a lesson.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Ah.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Are you looking down on my build?
Fear not
Yeah,
the
hard to tell.
forest. The way is clear. Ignite the flame god. Walk a warrior. My image steps forth. You will be seared.
I don't know how to buy back. A little risky.
I shall spin wisely. Come and learn humility.
Where did I put my remnant? Can't remember where I put my remnant.
Flame lights the way.
High enough.
It must be done. Balance in all
On tour? What are you doing, Tiger? What does that even mean?
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
on again. No The stalwart flame flickers. Fire shall teach you.
I actually think this is a very common build.
A journey without my image steps forth.
Can you disassemble readings? No.
Your top tower is under attack.
The road is clear.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Destiny awaits us all. One plot never refuse gold given. Nothing.
Oh fuck, he first hit bashed me. Or second hit.
I'll take that.
Unseen energies.
Why you didn't go for Orchid instead of Scepter? I don't have Scepter. What is... What? Hey man, I asked you a question. Seems you dodged it. Is it because you trash talked me and now you're too scared to admit it? Oh right, they call this Yule's Scepter. Right, right. Good call, Matthias.
Your bottom
Holy
tower
fuck, who
is
calls
under
this Scepter?
attack.
That's so confusing. English only. Am I winning? What do
Your
you think?
bottom tower has
We have all
fallen.
of our tier 3s, we have a tier 2. They have one set of racks. Am I winning? Hey, Carrie, it's still 3 versus 5, guys.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, man, use your BKB if you need to.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Hope this guy has buyback. Wind Ranger doesn't have buyback.
Middle tower has fallen.
Arrow flies broken.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Peace here.
Oh, fuck.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Jesus, my course doesn't have buyback. What the
Your
fuck?
bottom barracks are under attack. Your
Well,
bottom barracks.
We lose this on them. My buyback cooldown.
Bottom barracks.
1 minute. Hey, we don't have to go all in here. We don't have to go all in unless they go for throne, guys.
I shall teach you. A test of training. Carry forth the flame.
Well played for what? The fuck?
Balance in all things. Harmony must be earned. The flame protects me. The road is endless.
I might get divine. Listen. We should definitely take version.
Flame lights the way. Divine rapier, the end. must be done. Hurry to the fray. The way is clear. Scorching fellow. You will be seared.
Let's go straight mid.
All action is reaction. Approach. You have been denied.
There you go.
Get the tower.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Does Bash work on Ember's second ability? It should.
What must be discovered?
People don't generally get Bash though.
You have no chance.
Hi, Nubian dude. Oh, Ember Spirit, what a fun hero.
Ember Spirit.
Do I want to come to your barbecue? Yes, man, absolutely. So well played earlier for what? This guy says well played as our entire team feeds really annoying types of messages. Command wheel for kiss. Hello, Ramat. Welcome back. Hello, Ditya. Try to keep the backseat gaming down, okay, Ferdy? Well, who commanded me just now? How much damage did I do? 43,000? Hi, Ramel. Hi, Lucifer guy. Would I buy Rapier if I was in the same situation? No, I wouldn't. See, this is my surf. I don't give a shit. I mean, it worked out. How do you get better decision making and map movement? Hey, Gamer, I think you have to constantly reevaluate what you're doing and what your team's doing and what you think the enemy team's doing. So you have to make new decisions all the time. You can't just stick with one decision. Also, you have to realize that when you're making greedy decisions, right? Greedy decisions often lead to losing games. So I bought back, helped the Razor earlier. And we could have got the third set of racks, but we didn't because I was like, well, it's just too risky of a play. We don't have to take the risk. Ranger commanded me? Okay. Where is he? He's Gundam, right? Fuck is your problem, Aljo? Harris Stanley is looking for me? Well, he should come into my stream and say something. Hey Jorge, what does the stream title say? Holy shit!
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Decont Og Natures, please.
10 seconds remaining.
Hey Bagus, you want Tinker? for donation? Would you like to make a donation for Tinker? Hmm? Hmm?
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, okay, show me the money.
Your turn to
There's
pick.
gonna be no money, guys. Yeah, here's what I predict will happen. He's not gonna donate any money, and then when I call him out on it, he's gonna be like, ha 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 ha, just joking. Ha 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 ha
10
ha ha
seconds
ha.
remaining.
They always do that kind of shit.
5 seconds remaining.
What am I playing? It's too late to play Tinker this game. But like, I will play Tinker in a different game.
Tinker winking face. I want to see it too.
Yeah, we actually do have very little disables. Sure. Oh, he'll trade me. Oh, I want to play. I want to play Bounty Hunter anyways. That's great. Didn't want to play Lion
10
at all.
seconds remaining.
No, you don't fuck. No, you don't fuck it up. He told me not to fuck it up. He doesn't understand. I'm a top 100 Lion player. I think. Or top 200 or something like that.
For the right price, anything. I follow the trail.
You were going to pick another core? No, actually it
Prepare
wasn't.
for battle.
Look at people making assumptions.
Was most welcome.
Five enemies, 5 bounties.
Alright, I'll go bottom.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
That's Indian money. So where's my donation?
I'll find them. You won't get far. Stalking.
30 seconds to battle.
This guy's AFK! Thanks, Romel.
Hunt.
Echo. 666 Hail Satan, Lucifers, our Lord, worship the fallen, good luck, have fun, Blue Spaniard.
With pleasure. The hunt is on. This way. My blades will do the talking.
What's Lion doing?
On the move.
Said I wanted to be bottom, but not listening.
Footprints.
Me your money.
Dead or alive. Repositioning. Attack.
I should be hitting creeps.
Well, I mean, he right clicked Doom twice, and then we got the kill.
So. It's worth it just for us to get him away from. wave. We don't necessarily need to kill them.
Blah 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 blah. You were wrong. Isn't it annoying when people are wrong and then they just, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, I was wrong, my bad," they actually just double down on their idiocy.
Repositioning.
When I was a teenager, I used to do stupid shit like that.
My blades will do the talking. On the hunt.
This is the part where you pull, dude.
Is that a broken twig I spy? Stalking. On the move.
Hey, you should let the stack.
Find him.
No. Not with a doom.
Not with the dude.
Closing
Okay.
in.
Oh, he's not wrong.
Found you.
Oh my god.
Ned, let me know when I can use the courier, please.
I'm gonna go gank the storm scoop.
I'll find them.
Why didn't he grab that double damage? He just looked at it.
Feed my blade. Double
And then he walked
damage.
away. Like, he ran over here, he looked at the double damage, and then he walked
My
away.
blades grow thirsty.
Let's try it from this angle.
This way. Cut him up.
Oh, I got it, man. I'll take over mid. Your money is mine.
Over there.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Footprints.
Your money is mine. This guy jungling now? I can take your lane
I
from you.
follow the
Don't worry.
trail.
Stonehall has blood on its hands.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Yes. I fade from sight.
I need fucking boots right now.
Footprints. My blade.
Bro, do me a favor. Can you clear this camp? Be able to farm.
On the hunt.
Spy. Pull next wave.
On the move.
Run. Oh, I almost died to Slark's that thing. Damn it, man. I thought she would be less tanky than that. I was wrong.
Screw business. It just got
personal.
I follow the trail.
Maybe you just need practice typing in a moving bus.
Unseen. I'll find them.
5-minute runes. Should gank Storm before he's sick.
Stalking.
LC wastes his time grabbing the other rune, really?
Bountiful.
What's he doing? What is this guy just standing here? Like, why would you just be standing here?
I've come to collect.
Oh, they have Jungle Venomancer, huh?
Blending
Okay,
in.
I have instilled fear into him. Now he doesn't know if I'm around.
Over there.
Oh, I see what's going on here.
A prize.
My
Oh, fuck,
blades
Storm
will do
6
the
now.
talking.
Is he really gonna have a battle with me?
Yes. That's the antidote.
Okay.
Where do you think you're
Oh, thank you.
going?
Oh, you have dust, bro?
This
Do you have
way.
dust? You even have dust? You have sentry. The one sentry? You know what? Go ahead, put it down.
Is that a broken twig I spy? Repositioning.
What a sucker. I want to steal that centaur.
5 bounties.
He's trying to kill that centaur. Oh, there it is.
My blades grow thirsty.
Sucker. So he put his ward and his sentry down, and so it's probably around here, I'm guessing.
Over there.
Your money is mine.
Enemies 5 bounties.
Your money
I'll enjoy this.
is mine.
Can't see.
Don't let him reach out.
Hunt.
Where'd he go? Your money.
Footprints.
Fucking Slark, dude. You say what, mate?
Stalking. Is that a broken twig I spy?
I should use this shrine, huh? Yeah, I'm using it.
This way. You can't fight what you can't see. Yes.
Big storm twins.
Top is missing.
Watch your head. From sight.
You what, mate? Oh yeah, yeah.
I follow the trail.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Repositioning.
you. Alright, this line told me to get Vlad's. Now, I can either decide to listen to him, or not. I haven't decided which one yet. Let's take a selection money.
Yeah, there's 3 bottom.
A lead. The realm's justice. This is nice.
I got level 2 shuriken just for that kill.
My blades will do the talking. Transaction complete. Is that a broken twig I spy?
Dire structures are
My
fortified.
blades grow thirsty.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A lead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
I'm higher level than this LC, right? Yep. That sucks.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
On the hunt.
Oh my
Your
god, he
bottom
didn't actually
tower
ward here.
has fallen.
So I must be over here then.
Over there.
Oh, my track kill.
Shit.
And his name is John C.
Oh my god. You really gotta do it? That was way not timed properly.
I am not ready. Repositioning.
Okay.
I'll find them.
Here I am.
My blades will do the talking.
Up.
No, I really don't like it when you guys abuse sound effects. So please don't. Thanks.
On the move.
Here's a blade in your eye.
Hunting. Repositioning.
Yeah, so short as well. Oh, my track kill got dispelled.
Footprints.
Ugh. There you go, Jonathan. That's a good sound effect.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll find them.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My blades grow thirsty.
Lion, take the turn.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Money change.
Love to, I'm fucking broke.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's very funny.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Some towers.
You're through.
Your top tower is under attack.
Kills.
I didn't mean to take it, but
That's okay.
I'm under attack.
I have no mana, bro.
I'm actually okay. Oh my god! Oh, my one was on the wrong hook. I could have killed him. Yeah. Oh god, I need it to be on the right hook. There you go.
Stalking. Five enemies,
Where?
5 bounties. Found you.
Can we get more top? Want some track kills? Track kills?
Yes.
I'm waiting on a TP.
What's ahead?
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm not ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A lead.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. The
Shocked that
enemy's
no one's-
top tower has fallen.
I fucked up.
I'll find them.
A prize.
Yes. It's not time yet.
He just destroyed that rune. Or did he?
Is that a broken twig I spy? Repositioning. I'll find them.
It's okay, VJ. Consider the timeout your warning.
As long as I
Go get some tools.
I come to collect. On the move. Attack.
Gather round.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. the trail.
Yeah, I thought I heard it.
This way.
Don't kill the range creep, please.
The realm's justice.
What the fuck, Pop? Okay, I killed by myself, guys. No problem.
Trophy kill. I fade from sight.
Dire's structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let the fun begin.
On the hunt.
VJ, are you leaving because you got timed out?
Your top tower is under attack.
That is dead.
Taken before my
I'm gonna live, I'm gonna live.
time.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Bounty Hunter is back on the trail.
Your top tower has been denied.
Is this Smurf
Where
count?
we going,
What's
guys?
the stream title say?
This way. I'll find them. On the move.
I'm Smurfic because I want to relax.
On the hunt. Blending in. I follow the trail.
I vote.
A lead.
Dire's turret has been killed.
May you ride all night. Jasper said position it better.
You can't fight what you can't see. Ah, go Priva.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Over there.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. I'm not ready. I'll find them. My blades grow thirsty.
Your middle tower is under attack.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
I blew it.
What ingratitude.
For the effort.
My blades will do the talking. Bountiful. Stalking. Dead or alive.
I am Vietnamese.
Maker. Cut him up.
I didn't want to do that, I'm sorry. The help, not take.
I've come to collect. Is that a broken twig I spy? I'll enjoy this. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Repositioning. You won't get far. Closing in. I follow the trail. My blades will do the talking. I fade from sight.
Yeah, yeah.
Blades grow thirsty.
Do we need to ban you? I'm from fucking Vietnam. Mày mắc dạy thiệt nha.
I'll find them. Over there.
Shit.
I'll find them. You lost my gaze. You're through.
Hi, Casey.
On the move.
Sorga's bottom.
Dead or alive. You can't fight what you can't see. On the hunt.
Yeah, it's warded here. Just don't particularly care.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Seriously, Dream Coil?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
+1 bottom.
This way, unseen. Over there. I'm not ready.
Wow, he went in the perfect
Dire
direction.
structures are fortified.
Find them. Feed my blade.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
5 enemies. Not yet. Cut him up.
Yeah, you tell him, Elon Musk. You tell him.
Repositioning.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys, some of you guys are so rude. Did your parents just not teach you any manners at all? I guess not, huh? What can you do about that?
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Thanks. Thanks, John. Yeah, my hand's a little
Middle
fast.
tower has fallen.
Found you.
Illusion!
Closing in.
Fuck. Get a Yules.
Oh, you know, Tundra, that's the internet for you.
Justice.
When you have hundreds of people watching, you just happen to catch it.
Storm don't work it.
Idiot. Oh shit. Just let him duel.
Got you. Is that a broken twig I spy?
Damn, I thought this guy got timed out, but somehow he's still talking. That's actually amazing.
My blades.
Hey man, good job on showing us how you don't know how to make friends. You must be sad and lonely.
My blades. grow
Sad, dude.
thirsty.
Sad and pathetic.
I follow the trail.
Hey Elvis, you can't say the word idiot. It's an automated system.
Find them.
Chris New, thanks for subscribing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On the move.
Oh, don't split.
As long as I get paid.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
My
Oh, thank you, Slurk. You can keep going. I mean, they don't have Slark now. Lion's gonna regenerate. Unless he doesn't know how to put down his boots.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
Look. Wait, didn't he just trash talk to Slark and then he does the exact same thing? It's funny. Come on. Actually, let's go top.
Fine here, but
It's not time yet.
I dodged it. What does the My MMR command stands?
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
It's not time yet.
Go mid, go mid. Don't chase. Don't chase. Slark's just a waste of time.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Yep.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
That guy's probably
The enemy's
12.
bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Damn, look at me. 19 assists, 8 kills.
Has fallen. We now have mega.
Do you remember that question I asked you? How come you don't answer, man? The boss says your MMR is 9.6k. What does that mean? It means that the boss says your MMR is 9.6k. It's a fucking random number that you get, man. That's all it is. Doesn't mean anything.
Found you.
Next level play? Yeah, I guess so. To be honest, they outplayed themselves. Hey, you're welcome.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Monster kill.
Radiant victory.
Alright, you guys want to vote on the hero? Alright, let's do hero vote. Let's do it. Oh wait, I have to play Tinker. Lag, are you here? Hey man, you here? Where you driving to, Gaben? Abandon best hero. Abandon best hero. Abandon. Okay, you're here. Alright. God damn it, now I gotta play Tinker. Okay, I'm gonna play it in unranked though, because actually maybe I just play it in ranked. Okay, give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom first. LC commended me? Oh, thanks for reminding me, Khan. I'm gonna commend him back. You're back. Washroom. Okay, Gaben. Would you like to make a donation for me to play on my Mortal account? Oh, Lulu. Where'd you go? You're AFK. Yeah, I'm playing, man. I'm playing. Just gotta give me a minute to go to the bathroom, dude. You went to your sister's place again? What for? Oh, we got a game, guys. Play support for donation. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. That's very kind of you, Lulu. What a nice sister.
Your turn to ban.
I'm playing Tinker, boys.
5 seconds
On
remaining.
the bad Storm Spirit. Oh fuck, Tinker. Storm Spirit's not bad. Is Eternal Envy my neighbor? You know how big
Your
Canada
turn
is?
to pick.
Pudge for donation?
Your turn to pick.
Pudge for donation?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sure, Dio, I teach you. Okay. Dude, stop spamming, okay? Jesus fucking Christ.
Your turn to pick.
Good item decisions. Interesting. Actually, I'm not good at Tinkergers.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Okay, I just Tinker. Let them counter me. You need crown to make Dagon, right? Is this ranked? Seriously, Clad Exter? Let's call you Claster. I mean, if it's ranked, you can see the medals. If this is unranked, you cannot see the medals. Spectre counter me. So now I have to buy Ghost Scepter for Spectre. And then he has to buy Nullifier. Or Abyssal. Actually, even Abyssal's not very good because I can just go Scepter twice.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, the two Tinker counters. And this Steel guy might be AFK. I was waiting to pick Tinker so they don't counter me so hard. But that's okay. I'm smurfing. We gotta give them a an edge, you know? Can I get a ward and 2 tangos? Thank you. Yeah, don't spam. The slightest offense will get you banned from the stream, Nutix. And banned. Did he just complain? Oh, I have to buy everything myself. Har 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 har.
I am perfectly suited for this environment.
You could just ask Clock to ask Clock nicely to help you buy stuff, man. That's so hard, right?
Say so.
Shit. Nah, he won't.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
How do you know? Look at these people.
Proceed.
Oh my god, people just make assumptions out of their ass.
Positively.
Oh wait, no, that's my Blink Dagger. So we will use C for this.
Very well.
30 seconds to battle.
Actually, I don't want this item. Or do I? I want the wand right away.
Then it's settled.
Oh no, or I want the this one. And the wand.
No argument there.
Whoa, 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 whoa. My mid is bad? Come on, man. I'm allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that.
The battle begins.
Jesus.
Exactly.
It's kind of like a girl's allowed to call herself fat, but you're not allowed to call her fat, right?
More ideal.
Jesus Christ.
Indeed.
Man, you guys need to learn some manners. Just a little bit of manners.
Tinkering about. I'm in complete agreement. If I must. Is this really necessary? Hazard suits me. A great adventure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Are you thinking?
Yeah, charge my wand, babe.
No argument there.
Max rocket? Oh, that is a terrible idea.
Positively. I'm in complete agreement. Then it's settled. Indeed.
Just keep farming, Luna.
Enhance! You leave me no choice. My sentiments exactly. Science! Very well.
I should have waited to use the sentry and then use the tango. I screwed it up. Oh my god, he's using courier to get fucking wand recipe, dude. Wow, that's like one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in terms of courier usage in my life.
Very well.
Wow, like just wow, man. Wand recipe, really? Look, I'm so low. I could use courier right now. He used it for wand recipe.
This is perilous. I I carry a charge.
Wow.
Clock, go find Legion in their jungle.
Fascinating.
And he.
You had your warning.
You see that? You know why I die? Because of one recipe.
Legion is jungling.
Straight up, man. Just straight up.
I'm in complete agreement.
Please don't stack that one. Underlord can take it. Stack some close ones near the shrine if possible.
You leave me no choice. Is this really necessary? My experiment was an unqualified success. Then it's settled. Proceed. I carry a charge. Positively. Incoming. My sentiment exactly.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I got him. Woo. Oh man, I really wasn't sure how that was gonna go, man, but I'm glad it went my way. That's fun.
Indeed. Into the fray. I should say
I can give you some
so.
charges. I have tons of charges.
Yeah, it's better on you.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I can give you
argument
bottle
there.
charges.
I'll prudently put this aside.
Listening comprehension. Runes?
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? And heads up. Jackpot.
Look what the fuck! There's a fucking sentry right here! Oh my god!
Certainly not.
Holy fuck.
I'm
What
in
is happening
complete
this game?
agreement.
Is everyone just smoking weed?
My sentiments exactly.
Every day.
Yeah, every day.
Let the fun begin.
Very well. Don't mind if I do. Incoming. Then it's settled. If I must. Regeneration. Indeed.
You serious, man? What the fuck is your problem, dude? You really want that regen really bad, don't you?
Positively.
You really want it so bad, huh?
I'm under attack.
That's fine, man. I'm okay with that. Everyone is smoking weed. Everybody in this game is smoking weed.
I'll prudently put this aside. Proceed.
Smoke weed every day.
Yep.
Oh, this is perilous. Oh, this is perilous. I should say so. Absolutely.
I wish I didn't get laser 3.
No argument there.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have any mana anyways.
I carry a charge.
Thanks for stacking, man.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Ha ha ha! It's working! Go, my
Oh yeah, March 1, baby. Much damage.
You leave me no choice. My sentiments exactly. Incoming. Indeed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Is this really necessary? Absolutely. Science in action.
Science!
March, march, march! The massless field flux should self-limit. Look at them go! Into the fray. Why,
Thank you.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Bup, 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 bup.
I'll
Bup, bup, bup,
brutally
bup,
put
bup.
this aside.
Bup, 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 bup,
Illusion.
bup, bup.
Very well.
Tequila!
March,
Bup, 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 bup.
march!
What the fuck's wrong with my hockey?
A fellow scientist. A great
Bup, 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 bup,
adventure.
bup, bup. Bup, 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 bup. Bup, 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 bup.
A great adventure.
Oh, fuck.
Then
Too low for my
under
finish me off.
attack. Well, tear you apart.
Bup, 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 bup. Bup, 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 bup.
Proceed.
Hi, Dev. How you doing?
Tinkering about. No argument there. I should say so.
Bup, 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 bup.
No argument there.
Thank you.
March.
Bup, 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 bup.
Very well.
It's over 9,000!
Yeah, I suppose so.
I'm in complete agreement. Tinkering about.
Tinkering about.
Heads up. Time to reboot and kick butt.
Bup, 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 bup.
Into the fray. Positively.
Just grab it before he does.
My sentiments exactly.
I'll just zone him. Grab it.
Nice. Good idea.
Your talents surpass. I'll prudently put double damage.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Stupendous! Well, tear you apart.
I think Storm's going
You
top.
leave me no choice. Then it's settled. Proceed. I should say so. Absolutely.
All the jungle stacked, by the way.
Indeed. Proceed.
Where the fuck is the storm?
Alright,
I'm gonna go steal his shit.
Look at them go! Not yet.
Oh.
the idiots have just got a bit of malice.
Oh, what the?
Initializing in
Right, you should not have quick cast on this button.
I should say so. The massless field flux should self-limit. No argument there. March! 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 March!
March!
Absolutely.
Ancients and top camps are stacked.
3, 2, 1. Boom! There it goes. Tinkering about. Keep the heat. Very well. Go, my little friend. The massless.
Good job, man.
Your bottom tower is under
You
attack.
actually get a soul ring, huh? Soul ring is a great idea for sure.
Then it's
I actually
settled.
forgot about that. What happens when you don't play hero?
Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Positively. Heads up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They'll tear you apart.
It's fucked. Just bailed him.
Absolutely. Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Rough. Dead.
Indeed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Our research track.
Are you sure you want to do this?
The enemy
Ah, you can't stop me. Oh shit! Oh, he just dueled. He just dueled right here, and he has it again. Fuck.
Stack time.
Whoopsie. Actually, let me change his keys around.
Right, you need to come take these stacks top. Let them do.
Oh man, I'm gonna meet you. Respect.
Then it's subtle.
You think you're so good? Can we get some timeouts for anyone toxic?
Heads up. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Positively.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey. Oh man, that little spirit thing. I actually pressed the wrong button, dude. I keep pressing the wrong button. Hi, Alec.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
I used to have like a system of buttons that I pressed,
That's stacked as well.
but I keep fucking it up. Let's see. Okay. Right. This one goes here. Oh.
Let's fight after PKB.
That's stacked.
I should say so. Incoming. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Well, tear you apart. It's not fun. The massless field clutch should self-limit. Is this really necessary?
Running.
I'm incomplete. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Tinkering about. Haste. There's ought to be.
Oh man, this guy's gonna be farmed to shit.
The massless field clutch should self-limit. I'm not ready. Initializing in 3.
No, Bale, we can't see Legion.
1. Then it's subtle. Very well. Consider my curiosity. March.
Come on.
Here, science and
Vector ult's down. Down.
indeed.
Crack, kick his ass.
I can't
Fucking
so clumsy, dude.
Why does everyone just buck off as soon as there's a kill? It's too late, we fucked it. They're all rotating to save his ass.
What the fuck's wrong with this Grimstroke? Look at him. Look at him.
We need Doom on the storm so we can't run away. He just zips off like that. We need like a blink and then just Doom him. And he'll never escape. Right, they've got nothing left. So we have the advantage.
Positively. No argument there. Now,
Hey Dev, I disagree with you. I think Spectre's a great counter to Tinker. And I know you might say, oh well, Tinker can buy Ghost Scepter. Yes, he can. Doesn't bother me at all. Remember man, I play tons of Spectre. I just buy Abyssal. I Abyssal on the Tinker with Manta and then he did. Oh, I can't peek it here?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Are you thinking?
Top. No idea what it is. You're too far forward to do. What the fuck are you doing?
Now, this goes here. I carry a
Blink. I don't know why. All those aura items aren't going to help us because Storm will just zip in and out. We need you to get a blink.
Who are you talking about?
I wonder what this does.
Oh, I TP to the tower? Jesus.
Tinkering about.
Oh, dude, you're bad.
Dude, what the fuck? We told you like 40 seconds ago, and you're pissing about now.
I should say so.
You guys kind of ragey, huh?
Not fucking about.
You fucking what, mate?
Proceed.
You need to go check this. It's all stacked in the jungle.
Indeed.
I don't play Tinker at all.
That shouldn't be there.
You got me.
Oh look, they'll tear you apart. Oh.
Good bomb, dude.
Go take the stacks.
Whoa, what a ragey guy. No, I'm just
Then it's settled. Look at them go!
Right, you just saw Storm and Underlord mid, and he's got backup. What are you doing?
Alright, Spectre. Oh, you can Battle Fury? Are you fucking serious? That's great, man. That is great.
You will leave March! Rearming! Absolutely! March! My sentiments, exactly. That shouldn't be there. Tinkering about.
Let's go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Go. Push. Turn the goddamn pipe on. Let's push.
Oh, don't go for me, Storm. Don't do it.
The Storm. You doomed the fucking... Oh my god, what?
No argument there.
Push. They're all dead, and he's just fought back. Can't dare do it. Spread out. That's it.
I'm gonna go push him out.
Spectre ult's down. Storm Spirit's buyback's down.
Top.
Barracks. Back out. Top, I suppose.
Take shots.
Positive. What was this for again?
Oh my god, Dagon!
Then it's settled.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Good route to bottom.
do about this, guys? You can't just TP, right?
The enemy's
Oh god. Space!
Doom, again, you're on your own. All 5 are up. Just leave before you get jumped and feed.
Hey Dev, I really don't know what you do.
They're all rotating on you right now. I can see them coming across the map.
Trees.
Get back.
Then I haunt and immediately...
Literally just leave.
With Manta. I think you're dead, man.
If you don't TP out now, you are fucked.
Okay, you know, this guy's ruined my chill vibes. Ruined my chill vibes.
No argument there. Our research. March.
He's still alive? Maybe I should have helped him.
This for again. Indeed.
Yeah, pretty sure if I see you anywhere on the map, I just haunt and then Abyssal Manta. You'd have to be fucking farmed to shit to survive that combo.
Are you thinking what? Now this goes here. And we've got rearming. Heads up. I got ready.
Got him. Swan is useless.
Now this goes here.
No creep, don't die.
Proceed.
Yeah, I remember I used to have my combo Space and C. So easy to press together.
That shouldn't be there.
Where's Storm Spirit anyways?
I'm in
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
This for again. Incoming. I can't wait. Heads up. This goes here. Tinkering about. That shouldn't be there.
You're like debating me, yeah.
My sentiments exactly.
So there's probably a Tinker Ward right there. We're just gonna assume that it's there.
Indeed. March.
Coming top?
March. Oh.
Oh, she baited bottom. Oh, they're bottom. Go fucking defend your fucking towers! Jesus! Is it better to use Soul Ring first? I always use Soul Ring first. My combo is I press space and then I press C. Space with thumb, C with pointing finger. Really easy. There's eggs. And yeah, it actually makes sense to use Soul Ring first. Holy fuck, this Luna's too pulsy.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Am I gonna buy BKB? You think BKB will save me from this duel? I don't know about that, man.
I encountered unexpected interference.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you that you're a cunt?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so what? Yeah, no, I'm talking to the muted guy. Do you think that your skill in this game matters? Do you think that you're so good at this game, Vengeful Spirit? You gonna be a pro one day or something? No, we're all just fucking noobs who are just trying to have a good time, man. Okay? So stop being so fucking condescending, bitch. Hate people like that. Nah, he's just being control freaky and condescending, you know, usual. Why the fuck didn't you blah 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 blah, you fucking feeder, blah 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 blah. Why didn't I blink in the trees? Because I'm bad. And I didn't think that Elsie was there. Yeah, I get it, guys. I get it. Blink into the trees, blah, 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 blah. I get it. Okay? I get it.
Very well. That shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Then it's and it's off. Incoming. That was genius. No argument there. What was this for again?
Here, I will blink into the trees. Okay, guys, watch this. Boop. I did it.
No choice. This goes here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rearming. Go, my little friends.
The enemy's top tower is fortified. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Tinkering about. I can't wait.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
What am I doing?
That shouldn't be there. I'm in complete agreement. Heads up. This will save the heat. Rearming. Then incoming. Here.
Oh no! Get hit by a rocket! Jesus fuck, dude! I fire all these rockets and none of them hits him? Oh man. Yeah, I was hoping he cannot blink because, you know, there's so many rockets. Maybe I need X.
Let the fun begin.
It's okay, Henry. It's okay, man.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower
We win.
has fallen.
Ags has played to lose this game. In this game, I don't have an opinion on that. It just changes how you play. It's just different. My team's gonna carry me? Excuse me, sir? I think I have the highest hero damage. Oh! We Legend 2 now! Report Spectre? Why report Spectre? Yeah. Highest hero damage. No one even in the 20,000s? Huh. Damn. Yeah, I would have bought Lincoln Sphere next. Actually, that LC, he had a hard on for me. He kept going after me, and that was really smart. In fact, he even did not defend top racks and went to kill me instead. That was actually a good play. I was just really shocked. Like, there's Luna, Doom, Vengeful Spirit, Clockwork. Everyone's hitting the fucking top, tier 3 top, about to hit the racks. And I TP bottom and just shove out the wave just a little bit, right? And LC's there. Go fucking defend your base. What? What? Oh, let's do a hero pool. Level 3 rearm is really expensive, I agree. Okay, let's do hero pool. Next. Okay, Mars is going to be one of them. Brianne's going to be lagging. Wait, what? Test. You guys should be able to hear me. My poem is suck. When did I have a... Oh. You're not even talking to me. Trance. No, I like the eggs just because, like, I mean, it doubles your rearm efficiency, right? I mean, I could see why like level 2 rearm could probably be sufficient. Yeah, it's probably okay. I mean, I don't know. I like the speed and I like the speed. Oh, techies, done. Techies, good idea. Techies. Oh, I'm gonna add Skywrath, guys. Skywrath, fun hero to play. Gets lots of kills. I wasn't even rearming that fast. Excuse me. I'm gonna add PL to this list. PL. Oh no! If I add Invoker, he's gonna win the vote. So we're not gonna do that. But we will play Invoker later. I like Invoker. English only or ban. No Visage. Oh god. No Alchemist. Yeah, but I could animation cancel either way, right? Not Rubik.
Destiny awaits us all.
So you say Visage and I say no Visage and then you say Visage again? Sir, stop spamming. Okay, I'll add Morphling. Okay, we'll do these 6 heroes, okay? Okay, and Oracle. Okay, these 7 heroes. Okay, so this is a pretty big pull. All right. Good luck on your vote. There is only one way to vote. You can only vote once. You cannot change your vote. The only way to vote is !vote space and then the number. These are the only heroes on the vote. There's no fucking Monkey King, no Io, no fucking Meepo, Dazzle, or Pudge, or any of that shit. These are the only heroes. Thank you for your understanding. All right, let's see who screws it up. It's a English listening comprehension test. You don't know how to listen. You don't know how to listen. She wish there was a downvote. We can make that happen. You don't know how to listen. You don't know how to listen. Guys, the instructions are right on. I mean, the instructions are like right here. This is how you vote. Right here. This is how you vote. Exactly like that. Oh shit, Morphling's winning by a lot, huh? You don't know how to listen. I just don't even. Anyways, we're gonna queue. Morphling's probably gonna win. Damn, vote Techies. Techies is a blast, man. Yeah, I'm seeing a very clear pattern here. I guess if Morphling gets banned or picked first, then I will go Oracle. Wow, man. You fucked it up twice. Amazing. Okay, I'm just gonna time you out. Still waiting for a specific quote on how much needed to permanently ban him from this channel. Well, I did say $1 million US. You haven't come back to me with an answer on that. Oh. Glad you like the hoodie, Xing Shang. Yeah, he fucked it up twice. He tried to vote the first time, didn't work. He went a second time, it didn't work again. And it's not even that hard. It's just kind of like the first time he went like this: 2 + 2 = 3. And we're like, hey, it's wrong, man. And then he's like, okay, let's try that again. 2 + 2 = 5. Okay. Oh, wait, what? That literally just happened. That just happened. Hi, Andrew. Techie is fun to watch. I agree. CK for donation. What do you think of PL using Radiance? I think it's not good. I think we should negotiate bulk volume ban pricing. I don't think you want to do this, man. Come on. Techie's is an amazing hero. In his place, I'll accept $100K US for 1 year. I will accept Lulu Chan's proposal in my place. What is your MR and your Smurf legend? 3.1 or something like that? Who's wearing blue jacket? Sounds cliche. I don't think you understand what this word means. But here, let's define it for you. If you don't play techies, I will tell my mom. Go ahead. Tell your mom. Maybe he doesn't have space button on his keyboard. I've seen messages from him before. He in fact does have the space button on his keyboard. Perhaps it broke between then and now. But the first time, he definitely fucked it up. There's no spacebar excuse for that one. I guess this is an anime. Hey, Reddy, you're spamming, man. Okay, you see how you said it here? I replied to your message, and you said it here. And now you're just spamming, man. Please, just once. And then fucking listen when people reply to you. Jesus. There's no better enough. Morphling won the poll, right? Yep. Very clear winner. It's okay, Reddy. Just listen. Listen.
Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
What good would it do for you to see my MMR? I'm actually really curious why some people ask to see my MMR. They're like, hey, Bluespam, what's your MMR? And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm Legend 2. You could easily Google that. I mean, even if you know my MMR, I mean, what good would that do for you?
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
3.2k on discount. Oh, okay. Oh, we have a level 25 Invoker. We don't reach your bracket easy, that's the reason? Okay, so if you knew my MMR, then you would reach my bracket easily? Does that make sense to you? Let me say that again. If you knew my current MMR, then you would reach my bracket easily?
Your turn to pick.
Hey Dev, if you go with that build, I'm going Manta Abyssal. Am I immortal my real account? Yes. Just like it says in the title. Why do I
10
smile?
seconds remaining.
Because I'm happy? Oh my god, what is wrong with you guys?
Your turn
Smoke
to pick.
weed every day.
Why do you take a shit? You're gonna carry a late game Eon disc for when I have ulti? But, Dev, I just told you that I'm buying Nullifier. Nullifier counters Eon disc. Dev? Have you been...
Smoke weed every day.
He's taking a shit because he's shitty? There you go. Thank you for the good lucks. Flandry, Flan D, and Risky.
Your turn to pick.
Am I jungling with Morph? Do you see where my icon is? What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Smoke weed every day.
Jesus Christ.
Smoke weed every day.
Why did we give the 10th pick to Orange who's Crusader 7? Alright, JNB, $20 US and I'm playing with you. Done? And we play one game, maybe 2 games if I like you.
One tango, please.
Give him 2.
I just need 1.
Give him 2. No battle cup. Hi, Sigit. Do you remember the question I asked you that you didn't answer?
A fine solution to inform you that this one is in the bag.
Witch Doctor is a good pick against Husker. Oh yeah, I asked the other guy. It was 3-man. Do you remember the question I asked you?
30 seconds to battle.
What the fuck are these guys talking about? We have 1 carry? Underlord's a carry, Invoker's a carry, I'm a carry. What the fuck is going on?
Smoke weed every day. Magic is an abomination. Yes.
It's kind of like the other guy who's like, Bristleback's a carry, and I'm like, alright, Bristleback's a carry. Oh man, I don't want to deal with this shit. Oh wait, we have 3.
As ever. I know. After them, I'm
Did we stand right here? Alright.
To the other side, and don't come back.
Hey, ready, I'll say it again. So if you knew my MMR, how would that help you get out of your bracket?
pulls me. Pour it on. Splish splash.
Splish splash.
Yes. Standing water.
It'll become his okay. Become his motivation. Oh, okay. So why don't we just give him a random number then? Alright, ready? My MMR is 10k. Be motivated. Have all the motivation. Don't miss last hits. Oh, really? Oh man, that is fucking great advice. Oh shit. Why didn't I think of that? You see this guy?
Level.
I've Man, some people, dude. I hit for 44 fucking damage, man. Don't miss last hits.
Raging waters. Wave of mutilation. As ever.
Come on, creeps, come on.
I go. I'll sweep you away. A fine solution. Go with the flow.
Don't miss last hits. Oh fuck, man, I'm in light now. Tell me your MMR. I'm gonna suddenly start playing better.
I know. Yes.
Seriously, the tower went for the one on the right.
What is still blood? After them. Attack. Yes. Running in.
Double damage.
Running water.
Q Q Q Q Q Q Q.
Pour it on. Tsunami. Standing water. I think not. Dangerous waters. Boiling rage.
Here, take mid for a second. I'm gonna regen.
Ah, yes. Regeneration.
5-minute runes.
Waters rising.
Fine, grab those runes. Hey, 5-minute runes.
Wave of mutilation. Waters rising. Streaming. The wave breaks.
You know what? People don't really max waveform anymore, huh? They just get like the new.
I go. The wave breaks. Pour it on.
Oh my god.
Yes. The moon pulls me. Running
Oof. I got him. I didn't think I got him, but I got him.
Wave of mutilation. A fine solution. Streaming. Standing water. Ah, yes. I flow. Yes. Ah, yes.
I need BKB this game, guys.
Attack. Streaming. Dangerous water. Don't get wet.
Dumbass.
Running in. Yes. Water's rising. The moon pulls me. I go. As ever.
I'm coming mid right now. I should not have come in.
Die. Methinks you wanted that. A fine solution.
I don't have no mana for you, dude. Or nothing.
Oh, I have quick cast still on. Jesus. I thought it's supposed to be unit specific. What the fuck? Unit specific hotkeys?
Pour it on. Yes. Standing water. My waters rise.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The wave breaks.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that didn't work very well.
I go. Streaming.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. That settles.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wave of mutilation. Pour it on. Boiling rage. Go with the flow.
Radiant structures are fortified. middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
What the fuck?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
The wave breaks.
English only. Last warning for you, dude. English. I don't know how he keeps doing it. I had my ultimate. Is that what he's saying, Xing Shang? Okay. Oh, that's a ban. That's a ban, sir. You guys seem to be very... Kevin, you seem to be very knowledgeable on Tagalog. Find that interesting.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes.
15-minute runs. Do you have detection even, man?
No, he just knew I had his back.
Bygones come. The wave breaks.
Thank you.
A fine solution.
Man, I should buy a fucking gem for this bitch.
Yes. Well gotten gain.
So, okay, that's it.
As ever.
Do that again, Sand King, please. Go ahead.
Waters rising. Dangerous waters.
I'll personally put down my Wraith Band for you. Come here, Sand King, come here! Oh, you want to do that anymore? Oh, you're still here. That's amazing, man. And die this fucker? Oops, wrong button.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
My way.
They have 3 around here.
Running water.
And they can TP, so we should kill it.
The moon pulls me.
Man, dude, I told this guy. What the? Did that invoker just say, oh, look how they're all there? I just fucking told you, man. Listen comprehension.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Don't delude yourself. Raging waters.
Hi, genius.
Wave of mutilation. Pour it on. I sold you. Waters rising.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
To be honest, I don't really know what happened there. I thought I turned into anti-mage, but I didn't. I don't really know what happened. 20-minute runes? Yeah, I don't really understand.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, that's good enough for me. Nah, let's get back up. Take a lift, and they have 4 up now. Oh my god, listening so hard!
I'm coming.
Jesus Christ. Oh fuck. Perfect chain stun. He had his 3-second reflect back on? Oh, is that why I couldn't turn into anti-mage? Yeah, no, there's a lot of shit going on. I just don't really know what happened. My team saved me? Oh. Well, obviously, but I mean, like, I went in first because I'm Morphling, so they just simply did their job. I hear everything that you hear. Probably. Do I go bottom or do I go top?
After them. Deep waters still run.
I wonder if any of them are building Spirit Vessel. If they do, have to go Mantis Stone. Hi, Oki. English only, please. Thanks.
dangerous waters. A fine solution.
Double damage.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I did not mean to press BKB.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shh, don't tell anybody. Yeah, I meant, what? Why did I press this one? Oh, I thought my BKB button was my sec tree, but oops. This is not good. Wish I had that BKB. Fuck. Fuck this anti-mage. You can spam heroes if you want, man. No one's gonna stop you. You're only preventing yourself from learning other heroes. Glimmer? I guess no glimmer needed. He's debating him by not using glimmer.
Spring back to life. Waters rising. I go. Attack. I know. Running water.
Don't put your wards down, Shaman. Man, good thing we had that vision over there. That was great. Oh, he's dead. Ooh, reward.
Standing water. A fine solution. Running water.
Hi, Zeter from Chile. Thanks a lot, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let me grab that DD and we can siege with DD.
Been denied.
By 20 talent. Waveform attacks targets. Oh, yeah. That's fantastic.
I'll TP y'all in a second.
Streaming.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Protection, anyone?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is
Mana for me?
under attack. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Ready? Are you fucking serious, man?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You know, I intentionally use agility treads to do more damage, right? And I don't give a shit about using wave farm agility. It's not even worth the concentration.
The enemy's top barracks
Jesus Christ.
now have mega The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
It's over 9,000!
Oh, I have gift. Oh, Lagger, thanks, buddy. What's this all about? Crown of Tears. Thanks, Lagger. Oh man, would have been better to have it for that last game, huh? Okay, let's do another poll. Last time you guys voted on Morphling, so now we will get rid of Morphling. And you guys can vote on these ones. Oracle almost won the vote, huh? That's surprising. Okay. There you go. Go ahead and vote again. Hey, ready? I gotta talk to you, man. So I know that I think that you're either trying to be helpful and or trying to be smart when you're saying, oh, blue span, use power treads intelligence to save man. I understand that, man. Pretty much any 4K or above player will understand that. By the way, this is not how you vote. Power tread swapping is so basic stuff, man. It's kind of like saying, hey, buy dust to kill Ricky. Oh, well, yeah, I know that. But like, you don't understand that I'm intentionally using power tread's agility in fights. I'm doing that to do more damage, man. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to save mana. I have no interest in saving mana. You could argue I could use waveform, use power tread's intelligence for waveform. But even then, like with my level 20 talent, when I right click someone, once again, power tread's agility and you waveform, it does more damage. So actually this suggestion's not very helpful. And it's just super obvious, you know? Like buy dust to kill Ricky. Oh my god, Techies is winning the poll. And that's me. Oh, we can have Techie ski. Yeah, don't fucking spam, right? Show vote, that's right in front of you. Breathe to stay alive, indeed. Understand? Just don't backseat game, man. Good, glad you understand. Oh, Techies isn't my best hero? Tainish. Actually, what's my win rate of Techies? Okay, Tainish, I have 65.2% win rate of Techies. You have something to say now? And I picked Techies early. It's not like I wait at the last minute to pick Techies. I first pick Techies, I second phase pick Techies all the time. Holy fuck, Tainish, man, your comments are just... Sometimes they make me wonder. I'm just like, oh my god, this guy's social skills are so low. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what? Man, you open your mouth and you say dumb shit so often, dude. Just... Oh, how do you do it? What did your parents do? Jesus Christ, man. This fucking guy. 7 years by Sick World is copyrighted now. Alright, let me read some of these comments. Try not to be too immature of your comments, please. I'm not surprised people vote for Tech. He's a fun hero. Hey Tainish, here let me give you some advice, okay, man? If you want a girlfriend one day, that kind of stuff is just... Don't say that kind of stuff, right? Like, if your girlfriend's wearing a dress or some kind of shirt and you're like, I'll be honest, that dress isn't your best dress. Oh, man. It's just not something you say, man. If I'm your best friend, go ahead and say that, man. But I'm not your best friend, okay? Holy shit. Hi, Mr. Reem. What hero do I hate to fight against? I hate to fight against Meepo. How do you play against Techies? I actually personally really hate Nature's Prophet because he can clear my proximity mines. Buy gem, pick Zeus, that kind of thing. No, this is not mildly excessive. I have read so many of your comments, and a lot of your comments, when I read them, I'm just like, oh my god, this guy, holy shit. Ready? This will be the last time you tell me what to do, okay? Holy fuck. No, you guys just don't understand some of the frustration sometimes. You say that, like, Reddy, you're just judging, you're like, oh, don't embarrass him. You don't even know the things that he said, man. Like, honestly, I don't remember exactly, but like, some of the things he says, I'm just like, holy shit. This guy's social skills is so low.
No techies play brew.
Okay. There's a new chat rule. There's a new chat rule. You can't just disrupt a poll at the last second. You got to do it early in the polling. This poll has lasted way too long. We're playing techies, and if you're unhappy with that, I will happily refund your money for you. But I will play Brew for you next game. Thank you for your understanding. Fucking debated.
Your turn to ban.
Oh, techies. We're fucking techies.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Is that gaming comment and donation even real? What makes you think that it's fake, Henry?
Seconds remaining.
Lulu Chan, is this guy's comments, some of his comments cringeworthy? You've read a lot of his comments, right? I know that you hear all the time. Haku says they are. Lulu Chan, tell this guy, please. And don't let me sway your opinion. Just give him your honest opinion. Yeah, some of his comments, I'm just like, holy shit. This guy. He doesn't know how to develop relationships. I'm telling you.
Your turn to pick.
You know, Tanis, you could just stop the cringeworthy comments, man. Or you could leave. It's up to you. I mean, if I wanted to kick you out, I would have kicked you out by now, right? I'm playing on my Smurf so I can relax and take it easy. I like damage and evasion. I don't care slow or stouts.
Your turn to pick.
My biggest problem that last game is anti-mage. If he right clicks me, I lose my mana. So I buy Butterfly. He misses a lot. If I buy Butterfly, I do more damage. I didn't go Scotty because I'm not interested in chasing people. I'm not interested in the extra stats. I have BKB. When I use BKB as Morphling, I'm basically invincible until Anti-Mage buys Abyssal Blade. And he wasn't even close to Abyssal Blade, so I have this power spike where if I have Butterfly and BKB and I waveform at someone, they're dead. That's why I don't go Scotty. And yeah, Techies is actually 3 people. Thank you, Xing Shangfu. Tanish, that's not what we're saying. We're telling you to stop that particular behavior. We're not telling you to leave. If I wanted you to leave, I would have kicked you out. Please listen, man. Oh, man.
If you want explosions...
Except no substitutes.
Am I 3? Probably not, huh?
Prepare for battle.
Rubik, are you rushing?
Get him!
Here, have one.
It's okay, guys. I understand that some of you guys are just kids. You're just kids. And you know what? This is a scientific medical fact, right? Are you guys ready? The human brain does not fully develop until you're 25 years old. Okay? So if you're 15 years old, you're not even close to being fully developed. And you're still a kid. And you don't know things. And I understand that. That's why I don't kick you guys out immediately. But if you guys were like 30 years old... One sec. If you were 30 years old and you were making those kind of comments, I would kick you out. But I understand that most of you guys are teenagers. So I'm like, well, he's just a kid. He doesn't understand. So generally, that's why I'm patient with you guys.
Measurements made.
But having said that, you can't just say whatever you want, you know, like... Like, some guy yesterday, he gave me a backhanded compliment. I forgot his name. But he was like, Blue Span, you're supporting. Oh, your carrying is good. So, you see how he... Like, he was trying to compliment my,
Science.
He was trying to compliment my carrying abilities, right? But he did that by insulting my supporting abilities, right? You see how that's insulting? Blue Span, don't play support, bro. You lose most of your games through your support. You're carrying those good. Like, that's called a backhanded compliment. And that's not how you make friends. He probably thinks that he's doing nothing wrong. But he is doing something wrong. So that's why we let him know.
So, where were we?
Where's my lane partner? Oh, there he is. I've killed myself twice already. Gaben, who's 25? Dude, I can actually kill myself like, again in 10 seconds. That's pretty funny stuff. Pangolier, what are you doing, man? Oh, we have Trilane down here now. I got that last hit, dude. I am paying attention to the game. Did I feed yet? I didn't feed. Oh my god! Pudge saw that. He's dead. Pudge dead. No, Ogre, don't do it. Social skills is something that you guys have to develop and practice and learn. Like, it's a skill. If you don't have social skills, it doesn't mean that you're dumb or that you're a bad person. It's just, you don't know. People don't know what they don't know. So that's why I try to be patient with you guys most of the time. He's stuck in there. Oh fuck. Oh, I almost died. Yeah. I'm kind of bad at calculating my suicides. Sometimes I just go in there a little bit more than half HP. I go in and I die. Jackies! Jackies!
We're going!
Don't beat me, bro. Kill this guy. Jacker! Oh god. Tundra, I've never mentioned you, man. Have I?
Where were we?
No idea.
Jackie.
Yeah, I actually discovered that you don't really need to buy regen with Tech. Like HP regen. Yeah, you can just kill yourself. Why am I immortal? Because I hit 5,700 MMR? What are you trying to say? Damn it, Rubik. Yeah, why are you human? Why do you take shits every day or 2 or 3? Why is your mom your mom? You see how this question is kind of dumb? But he's probably just a teenager who doesn't have social skills, so he asks dumb questions. Oh, okay, my play looks like Archon or Legend, so you think that you're better than me. So I'm immortal, but you think that you're better than me. You see how that's rude? You see how you just made a rude comment?
That should help.
This'll come in handy.
Hey man, I can kick you out just like that. You have no power here, okay, bud?
Bounty.
You really don't mean much.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Oh, got him. I'm not gonna 1v1 with some fucking kid who comes into this stream thinking that he's the shit. If I did that every time some fucking dumb, arrogant shit came into my stream, I wouldn't even have time to stream. Proper. Good games. Anyways, man, you make one more rude comment, getting banned. Let me know if you want the ban. See, you see this guy? He doesn't have social skills.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I have full HP now. That's why I kill myself.
Middle tower is under attack.
Why is Kunkka jungling? Do I want you to unban him? I don't particularly care. Oh, fuck, Queen of Pain's back there. Yeah, no, I don't think he's gonna change his mind or reform. He's just here for fucking attention because he thinks he's hot shit. And that's the thing, like, he doesn't think that he thinks that he's hot shit. He doesn't even think that he's rude. But you know what? We're not even gonna give this kind of person a chance. Tanish, you see that shit? You see that shit?
Let's go.
This crop can kill me. I'm just gonna kill myself, I think. Oh no! Oh yeah, there we go, there we go. Hey Wanley, I don't know when I'm gonna play on my Immortal account again. I understand that the higher level of gameplay is more exciting, but I like to practice on lower brackets so that I can play heroes that I don't normally play without the fear of losing MMR. Or playing against other Divine Immortals, even if I play ranked on my main account. If you would like Wanley, you can make a donation and I'll play on my main account. Would you like to do that?
Your middle
Should go back
tower
bottom.
is under attack.
I don't, like this Kunkka, he just he actually just gave up on mid, huh?
Science!
Oh, Pop's level 8. Kunkka's level 7. Looks like he has a ward over here, huh? He has invisibility, Kunkka. Don't try to kill him.
I troll your guts with my blade.
Asking me what I do for a living is not offensive. How can I improve since I'm playing against lower players? Sure, man. First of all, you said earlier, you kind of bragged just out of nowhere. You're like, I have a higher win rate, with higher streak on techies than you do. Nadelcho, that's what you said. And first of all, I gotta tell you, man, do you feel smart or something? Secondly, as an example, do you know all of Invoker's combos for his spells? You can only do that by just playing the game, right?
Why did they kill us? Yeah, that's our job.
Oh, actually, I should not get remote mines. Yeah, and I'm just answering. You not like my answer? And by the way, I stream for a living, guys. I'm a streamer. Surprise. Oh, shit.
Fresh meat!
No, but I'm saying anyways, Nadelcha, I was saying to your comment, you're like, that's what you said earlier, you're like, I have a higher win streak in techies than you. I'm like, okay. And why do I care? Do you feel smart? Do you feel good? You see what I mean? Like, no one particularly cares, right? Hey, Daniel Marks, I just reply to every comment I can. Good and bad. That's just how I stream, so. Why is this guy on permanent jungle?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quap has haste bottled.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ready, did I answer your question? Your question was, what do I do for a living, right? I answered it.
Let's go. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wah. Oh fuck, man.
We're going!
I'm dead, dude.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did you say stop? Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure, but I guess you have an opinion.
Your
Oh
bottom
boy.
tower is under attack.
Let's find out.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I have an attitude. The blue thing you see on the screen is an eye tracker. And
your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Off we go!
yo, Ogre, you want this rune? Jesus. You want this rune? You want this rune? Okay, okay, you can have it.
Yes!
Might survive this. Oh, the rune's still there. Have a good attitude? Why, thank you.
Off we go.
Anyways, when you make a comment like that, you have an attitude. It's so ambiguous, right? In fact, it even seems a little negative when you say stuff like that.
Let's go.
Can you deny me? No.
Mine in place. Here goes nothing. Off we go.
Man, I need to put down these wards.
Good plan.
Welcome to the secret shop.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Fuck you, Luna.
Just for you. Yes.
Highest MMR for new account.
Your top tower is
3.5k.
under attack.
That way.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Set.
Your top tower is under attack.
What?
Your top tower is under attack.
This is gonna be fun.
Come on.
Yeah, that's a jungle
Radiant
Kunkka, huh?
structures are fortified.
Huh? What?
Your top tower has fallen.
Oh, she got taken away.
Think fast.
That is Luna. Oh, I didn't hit the Luna. Oh, they're coming down here. I've created space.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, there's a fucking hasted punch. You know, HP is better than mana sometimes, right? Which here is sexy as carry and Archon level? Drow Ranger? Lina? Queen of Pain? Why don't I click on D? Why would I do that?
But not well enough.
I love eggs. That's right.
I think I still smell sulfur.
Done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nah. Oh god.
Hope this works.
Oh my god, there's so many here! And it's wooded! No, please! Yeah, I asked you a question. Bake him away, toys!
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, that was interesting.
We're going.
Radiant structures are
God damn it.
fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Where I play Brood now. Favorite hero is Juggernaut. Okay, Elvis, you asked me why don't I use my soul ring sometimes, and I said, you know, HP is better than mana sometimes, right? As an example, let's say that I have, okay, I will demonstrate this for you, okay? Right now I have half mana, right? Oh fuck, I blocked this guy's camp. Okay, let's just imagine I have 10% HP, but I have 60% mana. Would you still? Would you still want to use Soul Ring? Even though you have 10% HP? And your mana is like already at half, right? I'm saying that in those situations, you want the HP over the mana. Do I think I can win this game? Yes.
We put the right views on that one.
If I didn't think I could win, I would just destroy my items. Or something like that.
Nice.
Sometimes I just forget to use my soul ring then. It's kind of like, do you use your wand every single time it's up? Or you're about to die? Probably not, right? Holy shit, this fudge is slow.
You guys want to defend mid?
Wow, that hook is like, wow.
Yes.
Fuck you. This, dude, his hooks is kind of bad.
Let's go mid.
What the fuck? I missed it. I'll go back to base. I don't have mana or HP.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
You're welcome.
Mark your soul.
And for future references, Elvis, if you ask me a question and I answer your question and I ask you a question back, could you please just reply to it? Oh, this HUD is fucked, I think. Oh, he's actually really tanky, huh? He's so tanky. What the fuck? I'm dead. Techie's talent build, proximity mines. Probably gonna go mana regen and then not sure which. No, it depends. I can't make the decision right now. Everything is situational. 25-minute race. Routine waiting room. Wait, what? Why does he have Ring of Trask?
This'll come in handy.
I've been planting wards all game, Fajar. There's a ward here. That's a trap. Actually, that's not considered a ward. Fajar, can you just not backseat game, man? Just let me play my game, okay? Thanks. Is it better to play with large hero faces on your minimap? I mean, that's just like saying, is it better to like vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream? Oh, Dev! Thanks, buddy! Have a great day, man. I really appreciate that. Oh, shit.
Smiling face, have a good day, Blue. I am out.
Oh yeah, Dev, I think I asked you the other day, you said you were coming to Canada to study, right? Where in Canada? You may or may not have answered it, and I may or may not have read it. Actually, I definitely didn't read it, if I'm going to ask you this question again. Chocolate? Andrew Johnson. You know what, wait, do I agree with you? I'm not really sure. Vanilla's pretty good. Vanilla's a really good all-around flavor, you know? It goes well with, like, a lot of stuff. Like strawberries. And blueberries. Whereas chocolate, I'm not sure it has quite the synergy. Hey Moni, do I need to ban you? I think this guy's trying to troll me. Let me know if I need to ban you, okay? Your last toxic, your last comment was just a little toxic as well. And I think that you're trying to troll me. And if that's what you're trying to do, I'm gonna ban you. Let me know if that needs to happen. Oh, that guy's dead. Hey, no, that Kunkka's already dead.
Let's go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sucker.
It's not time.
Your top tower has fallen.
No, I don't remember jokes. I get thousands of comments every day, Moni.
We're going, we're going.
You think I remember everything? You think I remember every name? Or every piece of shit that I've ever put in the toilet? You're the one who's crossing the line here, man.
Yes.
And you're banned. You think I have to put up any shit? Nah, man. See you later.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Funny guy. Holy shit, Kunkka. Yo, there's Stasis. Yeah, but man, I remember you.
Idea. Scepter enhanced.
Why is he banned? Apparently he makes some kind of joke. Apparently some kind of old inside joke that I had a boyfriend or something like that. Like what? When? I stream like almost every single day for 3 years. And I get thousands of comments per day. You think I remember shit? And you're just gonna come here and start acting like you're funny? The fuck? Nah. Not gonna put up that stuff.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hey, sorry, Dev. Can you say it again? Oh yeah. Oh, we're right about the where you studied in Canada, right? Yeah, I know, Matt. Too many comments, you know.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Too many comments.
Excuse me.
Huh? What?
Thanks, Manan.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Oh man, dude, I never land the suicide on this Luna. This is a ranked game. You know what, man? You can just say, "My bad," but doubling down on being a piece of shit. No, man. No. I remember you, Elon. Yeah, you were here yesterday. Runes?
Me too. That way.
Oh fuck, they're going for mid, huh? Are you serious? Just go for the runes. You can't really push with that Luna. All the monkeys did for a while.
That should help.
Okay, I'm gonna clear this wave and then go right back.
Good plan.
Off we go.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh yeah, you're the guy who just got
Your
banned.
middle
Huh?
tower is under
Yeah, man.
attack.
Way to show us you don't know how to make
Radiant
friends.
structures are fortified.
This. Yeah, put down mines. Yeah. No shit.
Here goes nothing.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna put down mines.
This is gonna
How about you use boundless straight, you know?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
And set.
That is interesting. The Pudge is really tanky.
Huh?
What?
Nice.
Oh shit! Oh, that was a really good trade.
You set
Oh.
sail for fail.
Move.
What do you get?
Nice. Top will push itself back, right? Oh fuck, that's a pretty big wave top. Hey Rubik, can you... Rubik, you might have to go top. Rubik, it's gotta be you. Or Kunkka. Never mind, stay here.
The enemy's
Help!
He was a rather portly authority.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, he got me. Oh shit, Kunka.
Oops.
Yeah, sentries? No sentries. Gotta keep. He's following you with sentries, and you just keep running in a straight line.
Rocks.
Can't really push unless they have sentry here. I just blow up the wave. Holy fuck, this Rubik doesn't buy wards at all, huh? What does he spend his money on? Everything except for wards. Jesus.
Chap is that?
They're not in there.
Hope this works.
Menande, my real name is Billy. Oh fuck. You know what, I'm here, guys. Dude, that Rubik got fucked up, dude.
Look at it.
Oh god, I think got fucked up, dude. Oh, shit.
Come on, guys.
Yo, I still have mines there. You don't have to buy back. Oh shit. Oh my goodness.
I'll avenge myself.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Huh? Hope this works. We're going.
Triple kill.
Jesus.
Excuse us.
Hey Othar, I'm not gonna give you my last name, man. You might as well ask for my credit card.
Planted. Musically, they're all mine. Let's go.
Where's Monkey King anyways?
I didn't realize we had to help.
You come coughing at.
This is a very exciting game of Dota 2. No! See you later, Elvis. I'm gonna know what that Roshank is gonna try to do again. Oh, Rubik actually bought a ward, huh? Oh. Okay, I can sell my Orb of Venom. Then I won't buy it. Hey Andrew, I owe you some coaching.
Fresh meat.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
So, what'd you do with your brain?
I think I was dead. Here goes nothing.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Aw, just look at it. You sat.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Huh? What? Fun!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You sure?
When argue?
There.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Off we go! Look at it.
Oh, we're doing this. Oh shit. We lost.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Science.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Let's go.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Lost.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Boy, fresh meat.
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh. Fuck. Oh, did Green just blame me for picking techies? Green is the Pangolier, right? Pangolier is green, right? Wait. Who blamed me just now? Can someone rewind the streaming? Was it really? Did this Pangolier just really blame me? Did he really just do that? Okay, here, let's trash talk him. Wait, let me get this straight. Pangolier. I first picked techies, leaving you guys 4 picks, and letting the enemy team counter pick me. You go 1 and 10, 353 GPM, and you think I was the reason you lost. Does that sound correct? You guys hearing this shit? Some people, man. Is he still in this chat? His name is Rack, right? Pango's a good guy? How's he a good guy? Hey, summons from hell, you're not allowed to use the word, idiot. Yeah, see, I just laid out all this fucking logic, and he can't say a single thing. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Oh, okay, let's do a new hero pool. Okay, so last time you guys voted on techies, so now we take techies out. Okay, I'm gonna have these. You guys can vote on these 5 heroes. Poll starts right now. The only way to vote is to type in !vote space and then you put in the number. You can only vote once. There's no other heroes. Good luck on your vote. Oh yeah, let's report him. Oh yeah, Brewmaster. Motherfuck. Okay, never mind. No vote. No vote. No vote. Debated. No vote. No vote. No vote. No vote. We're playing Brew. We're playing Brew. We're playing Brew. We're playing Brew. We're playing Blue. We're playing Blue. Lose and Namdota guy. He made us a graphic, guys, on why level 3 rearm is inferior to level 2 rearm in many situations. I'm sure. Well, let's have a look. Hopefully, I don't get virus on my computer. Clicking on this link. Damn, man. I don't even know what to say. Level 1 rearm. Okay. Oh. I can't even zoom out. This graphic is shit. Number of soul ring. Number of soul ring plus rocket plus rearm casts. Net mana cost. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say about this graph. Namdota, are you an engineer? Hey! Yeah, no. Namdota is a huge proponent of level 2 rearm over level 3 rearm on Tinker, so to prove me wrong, he made a whole chart and graph about it. Now I see a lot of numbers and I see a lot of colors and I see a lot of lines, but I gotta play this game, so I cannot fully comprehend it. This graph got you wet? You must also be an engineer. Engineers and math people, they fucking love graphs. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what kind of graph or chart, pie chart. They fucking love that shit. Why did I lie to you about what? A leaf?
Your turn to battle.
Who counters Brewmaster?
5 seconds remaining.
Skywrath does. Playing Brew 3 or 4. Am I an engineer? Yes, I am. I actually am an engineer.
Your turn to pick.
I'm gonna engineer this Brewmaster, and I don't know what
Your turn to pick.
how I'm gonna engineer this Brewmaster, but I think I'm gonna buy boots on this Brewmaster. I may have to buy wards. We're gonna engineer some wards. We may go Soul Ring, engineer a Soul Ring on this Brewmaster. Alright, let me read some more comments. Yeah, so the reason why I lied to you is just because I wanted to waste your time. What's my main rank? Around 1600 in Americas. Actually, I'm a commerce major, so basically economics. Have been to Mortal. You need a subject in your sentence. Has who been to Mortal? Have I been to Mortal? Yes. Stream title says I'm an Immortal player. Add your MMR chat. How much would that donation cost?
Your turn to pick.
Oh, okay. $30 US. I'll get drunk while playing brew. And by drunk while playing brew, I will agree to 3 shots of vodka right now. I actually have the vodka right here. That is definitely at least 3 shots worth of vodka.
Your turn to pick.
Do I follow guides? Nope. Dude, you asked the question, so? Your question doesn't even have a subject. Like, has who been to Immortal? And also, I'm not obligated to answer it, okay? So please don't act entitled. Thanks, Prime. Me, Archon, go buy one with me. What? 1 versus 1? No. That's not even worth my time. Possible. Do you hate when someone said pick support, please? No, I don't hate it. I don't even mind it when someone says without the please, Daniel Smith. What I do mind is Daniel Smith.
Your turn to pick.
If I say, sure, man, I can play support for you, and then I say, like, would you like to make a donation, and I will play support? And then they don't really answer my question. They're like, pick support. They just say the exact same thing again. Like, they just totally ignore what I said. And, I mean, maybe they missed it. Maybe they're lagging on the stream, or maybe they're behind on the stream, or whatever, right? So sometimes I'll give them. I'm like, okay, would you like to make it? I'll say it twice. I'll be like, would you like to make a donation? And they say it a third time. Then I fucking hate it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, hey, Bluespan, how old are you? Oh, I'm 30 years old. Hey, Bluespan, how old are you? I'm 30 years old. Hey, Bluespan, how old are you? I'm fucking 30. Gaben, how old are you? I think you're 28. You know what I mean? I think you're 28, right? You're a little bit younger than me.
What's this?
Thanks, Lulu.
Prepare for battle.
Many battles, none as certain
So
as
they
this.
changed brew. His W is different now. It used to be you throw beer at people, but now it's self-attack chance. That's funny. Movement slow? Doesn't he sometimes run faster too?
Put up a fight!
Oh, wait, no, that's drunken. No, drunken brawler is different, right? No, that's the one where you sometimes run slower, sometimes run faster. 100 damage for 90 mana versus 35 mana. Oh, that sounds great. But if I can hit 2 people with Thunderclap, it's kind of good.
30 seconds to battle.
Dodge chance is great. You know, I think drunken brawler seems better.
In a straight line. Step aside or fall dead.
Oh, Pudge.
Onward.
You don't want to fight, dude. Yeah, get out of here.
Stun the Phoenix if he tries to dive.
The battle begins.
Hook me, bro. Go ahead. Hook me. Hook me.
It's brawling time.
Where's his teammates?
I'm beating my cups at the moment.
Well, now we know he doesn't have hook. So.
I trundle off. As good as another.
The Tiny Airlines?
Just a bit tipsy. What? Over there. Lucky.
Oh, tiny airlines. Avalanche first. What the fuck?
You get nothing. Yes. For Yoi and Oyo. First blood. Attack! You're not for dead. It shall not be.
Yeah, into the tower you go. That's right.
Out my way!
Nah! Tiny took Anti-Mage's last hand. Oh, he pulled. Pudge knows how to pull, huh? Amazing.
Onward. Tiger!
No.
I'll never touch the stuff.
Oh. What do you mean?
He
Pull
says
a
he wants
camp,
last
dude.
hits.
I hear him, and I'm saying no. Like, why would I give up guesses?
The mouse.
Just go pull a camp, dude. You literally, it's 2 minutes, dude. You don't need fucking arcanes that bad. What are you talking about?
See, this guy's pretty entitled.
Witch Doctor's on crack, bro.
He's entitled.
Not out of clarity, dog. You got first blood, bro. What are you mad about?
You know, your carry's not obligated to give you any last hits at any point.
Well, if it was for something valuable, it's for fucking arcane boots at 2 minutes. I don't think that's a fucking need.
You're lucky I'm supporting in the first place. Oh, okay.
After you abandon my lane, you're not supporting. What are you talking about?
You guys see that entitled behavior?
You abandoned the lane. I'm lucky you're supporting. Supporting what? You fucking abandoned the lane. Get the fuck out of here, kid. You fucking suck dick, kid. You're a fucking bitch.
A barrel along.
Do I need to ban you? Why does anyone... Hey, there's a tiny behind you. Why does anyone think that it's like, you're lucky I'm supporting you?
As good as another. I trundle on. Absolutely. Most assuredly. My cup runneth over.
Cold snap? Anything?
Oyoi and Oyo.
You know, we're memeing, right? When we say Southeast Asia is the most toxic server, that's a meme on my stream. All the people who say Southeast Asia is the most toxic server, they have never played on any other server. Or they play like maybe 2 games on other server and they're like, oh yeah, my server is the most toxic. How do you know? How can you know something like that? You're just pulling shit out of your ass.
Absolutely. Onward.
Okay, like I said, do I need to ban you? And I see that I do need to ban you. Good job, man.
Phoenix is getting both mounts.
Where's... Oh, Witch Doctor's already dead, huh?
A barrel along. In a straight line. Most assuredly.
Hey, Redspan, make sure you leave a dislike on the way out, okay? Or come back with a different account, which we can ban too. Shot of vodka.
A shot of vodka for favor.
Okay. Let me... hold on a sec. I need some chase, you know?
Just a bit tipsy.
Wait a sec.
I'm beating my cups.
I'm seeing that person speak the truth. What's the truth? Is that? Let me know. What is the truth?
What's this?
Who is speaking the truth? Are you talking about the part where?
Drink it in.
Oh, Anti-Mage is dead.
What's this?
You know what? I'm gonna buy Boots Fudge. I don't want to deal with shit.
In a straight line. That goes down smooth. A parallel.
Oh, you don't need arcanes? Okay. Oh yeah, well he doesn't need arcanes. Fuck right there. Oh! No. So close, dude. Come on, Anti-Mage, fucking blink on me, bro. Do it. Fucking do it. Dude, this game is way too exciting. Oh shit! Nice. Yeah, dog, let's do it.
Lucky I'm supporting.
It's pretty entitled.
Onward.
Thank you, thank you. Got him. Brew's actually kind of an interesting roamer, huh? Like, he has capabilities of roaming.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Tiny. Fortunately, you have way too much HP for me to be interested in getting. Okay. I'm out of here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Spirits move. I'm beating my cups. Whoa, look at it go! Your death approaches.
By that shit. Just gonna just dive.
Well, I didn't really want to die, but
Yeah, I thought the brew was gonna go right on him. I saw the tiny, but it was just a poor choice. I made a mistake.
Yep. No, he had avalanche, so I was just. Do you think that every player can play every hero at the highest, at their highest rank? Okay, Manglam, I need you to answer that question, okay? Fuck.
We rely not upon fortune.
Hey Manglam, I know that you're on an ethical high horse right now, right? So I need you to answer this question, okay?
You still there?
Do you think that every player can play every hero at the highest rank?
Drink it in.
Actually, I need a wand. Ooh, there's a tome available.
Onward. Strikes.
Yeah, we might have to simplify it.
Just a bit.
Bot. Poor bot.
Your middle
Pudge
tower
TP top.
is under
Just members on
attack.
cooldown. Just members on cooldown.
Okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. There's Pudge too. Never mind. Piers. Run, PS here. Why did he stun the creep?
Under attack.
Oh shit! I don't want to be here anymore.
Do we want to TP bottom and defend maybe? Eggs on cooldown.
Oh man.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Scott, can you answer the question, please, Matt? I'm still waiting for your answer.
The battle is meat and drink. More so drink than meat. Put up a fight.
That's what are you talking about? Where would I go?
Let's celebrate with another round. Over there.
Getting dove by 3. Getting dove by 3. Can we TP shrine? Can we TP shrine?
Yes.
Good. Well, alright, you know.
A little far, you know. A little far.
I mean, I guess, yeah, I just, you know. I guess I just regularly have some.
I think you can farm in the safe areas of the map. You don't have to go too far.
Yep. That's what I'm gonna do.
That sounds reasonable.
Oyoi and Oyo.
It's pretty low HP.
Tiny feels like, you know, shouldn't be able to push to our tier 2, right?
Nah, they won't.
Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Who doesn't? Who's counting anyway? A brundle off. Most assuredly.
Alright, Manglam, you lost your internet, so could you please answer the question?
In a straight line. Bottom of the yes.
Oh shit.
Three of me. Oh, so bubbly.
Prefer if you didn't leech experience.
Let me die. You guys go. Just a bit. Whoa, look at it go. What's this?
Wait a minute, we have a ward here and we have a ward here.
Spirit food. A parallel.
Bounty, which my matriarch will prize.
I am not ready.
Okay, so my decision making gives me a huge advantage. Yeah, I agree with that. But do you often see me micromanaging my teammates? Hey, you go farm this camp. Hey, you Sunstrike over here. Hey, Witch Doctor buy a Glimmer Cave. I'm not doing that, right? In fact, I play like a total retard most of the time. And would you also agree that there's a balance between decision making, map awareness, mechanical ability is also extremely important? You would agree with that, right?
Your top tower is under attack.
So, as an example, let's say that I play Brewmaster because my decision making is so good, but my mechanical abilities are just okay, and I actually play Brewmaster at a high 3k level. Should I get a high 3k account?
Thou art denied.
Jesus.
Most assured.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Absolutely.
Fucking hell, dude.
It's not time yet.
My Meepo is fucking complete garbage. Even if I play Meepo at 3k level, I'm guaranteed to lose it, even with my decision making. So is it okay if I practice Meepo at 2k? My Chen? I played Chen the other day. Complete garbage at Chen. Don't even have the decision making of Chen. Maybe I'll win at 1k game, but is it okay I played at 2k? My Pangolier? Probably pretty decent. Can I play it at 3k?
For Yoi and Oyo. Yes. Attack!
Mechanical ability is a very, very large, important aspect of Dota 2. I played Ember Spirit earlier today. I forgot that I can put Remnant down during my Sleight of Fist. That's huge. This Nam Dota guy, I'm sucking with Tinker. He tells me I don't even cancel my backswing for my rearm. That's a huge aspect of it, right? So man, before you come in here on a high horse, judging me.
Spirits rising. Absolutely. Onward.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Step aside.
You.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Out my way!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, man.
Can
we start with the ethical judgments? I think you saw me put down my word.
Stricken out.
Hey Daniel Spiff, yeah, if you kill the green one and the red one and it's just the blue one, yeah, he'll just transfer it to the blue one. My support, yep.
He's happy hour.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You can't talk anymore, Alex.
I'm not ready. Over there. Just a bit. Over there.
I don't know what items to get next to this. I was considering Blade Mail, but I think Blade Mail's that good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You definitely want to stun first. You know, that's a really unlucky bounce.
Yeah, maybe I just buy Blink Dagger. Yeah, we got Blink. The highest rank in this game, rank 1. Does that surprise you? And in this game, this is an Archon game, man. There's no ranked players. Yeah, I'll have a shot of Viscount. Need to make sure this Invoker doesn't feed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Behind him,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, I don't have anything to wash down the Volley with. I'll just wash it down with water. Here, let's do it right now. You guys ready for this shit?
And his name is John Cena!
Ugh.
Bounce it, bro. Fucking so.
Jesus.
Yes.
All right. It's okay, Gavin. It's not the worst thing I've ever had. Oh my god, man, I don't want to be here right now.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle
Hey, Zach, I'm not
tower
interested
has
in hookers,
I don't know why
man.
you guys went back in and vote. Questionable.
Does my mom know I
middle
drink?
tower is
Hey,
under
Oktha, you
attack.
realize I'm 30 years old, right?
Radiant
Oh fuck, we
structures
glitched for
are
nothing.
fortified.
Don't tell my team that was me who glitched. Why is he building Mjolnir? Against anti-mage PA? Oh my god, this item build! Hey Jug, I'm sure that you need Monkey King Bar.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I know.
Good. I have my ultimate now.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
What the fuck is PA, dude? What the fucking blur bullshit?
Your top tower is under attack.
I either go Lotus Orb. Actually, Lotus Orb makes a lot more sense. It was either Lotus Orb or you'll see. I'm a full-time streamer, guys.
Block this.
The enemy's bottom
Oh my god, he bought the
tower has
Mjolnir.
been denied.
Like, Mjolnir is not good against anti-mage. I mean, it's okay against PA unless you're right-clicking PA. I mean, it's good against Phoenix, I guess. So, I mean, it's not the worst build I've ever seen.
Most assured. Strikes! Step aside or fall dead.
Yeah, I think we lose in team fights. So we just focus on the split push. Maybe we can win this game.
What? Over there.
Am I Chinese? No. Are you Nigerian? The amount of money that I earn from the stream is a secret. Hi, Jay.
As good as enough. For you,
Away. Keep baiting, keep baiting, keep baiting.
Healing word? Okay, never mind.
Your top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Onward. What? Over there.
Man, I am the fucking brewmaster.
Your
Oh god.
has fallen to the dire.
Oh god.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh god, I gotta pee. I've been drinking coffee. Had a shot of vodka. Oh god, I gotta pee. I gotta pee. I gotta pee.
Just a bit tipsy.
Hey Zach, I appreciate your tax-related inquiries and suggestions. But you know what? My income bracket is so low that I'm not really paying any taxes anyway, so it's irrelevant.
Absolutely. I suppose.
I'm open all night.
Most assured. Yes. I'm beating my cups at the moment.
There's gonna be a courier
Your
over here.
bottom tower
Just a
is under
second.
attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
No time.
Fuck! Are you serious?
Straight line.
I don't have ult up yet.
What's this?
Your top tower is under attack.
If I can get any rotations back.
Time again. A barrel alone. Again!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower has fallen.
It's not time yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top
Holy
barracks
shit,
are
man.
under attack.
It's not time yet!
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Here it's rising!
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
We lost, dude.
Yes!
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Good job.
Yeah, bro, what do you want from me, dude? Like,
Your top barracks has fallen.
everybody else wants to fucking thing, bro. I'm trying to make plays.
That's okay. Nice try, man. Maybe we lost a long time.
You guys couldn't defend 4v4. It's not like a fucking, like... Don't pick carry, Jesus. Don't pick support, dude, if you're gonna abandon the lane because I won't give you a 2-minute arcane boost, brother. I didn't give you 2 CS.
Man,
We're
he's just
100
a piece
gold
of
off.
shit, you know?
That's one pull. Bro, it's one pull. You could have pulled the lane one time. You didn't pull the lane a single time. You got first blood on me, right? Right? I didn't do 420 damage with the spin there. You got first blood on me. Good job, dude.
I'm dead. We lost. I can go to the bathroom, brew back, guys.
Don't play fucking support if you're gonna throw a temper tantrum when you can't get 2-minute arcane boots. Think about it.
Hey, Witch Doctor, did you know that you're actually just really toxic? That's how you get your teammates to lose.
Nice job.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I have
Your
Blade
middle
Fury.
tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
Ha ha!
Poor Juggernaut. Ugh. Oh, you made a revised graph? Okay, I'm gonna have a look at it. What the fuck? Don't read title? Hi, Voltric. Hey, Othar, why are you blaming the jug? I'm pretty sure we lost. Well, actually, we didn't. No, actually, we're doing okay. Huh. I wouldn't say we lost because of the jug. Okay, let's have a look at your new graphs here. Blue Span Edition. Fuck. Okay. Now, excuse me, I just took a little bit more than a shot, but do you guys understand this? Zoom out? Okay, oh, okay. Oh. Number of times Blue Span has used level 3 rearm effectively. Oh my god, there's nothing there! Next time you spam, I mute you. For 300 seconds. I just don't understand. So you're saying... So you're saying level 2 rearm has double the damage potential of level 3 rearm? I actually don't understand. Did I zoom out far enough? How does that work? I like your first chart better. Okay, let's have a look at this. With the raw data? Okay. Net mana cost. So level 2 rearm. So we want to look at the blue versus the purple. Number of soul ring plus rocket plus rearm cast. Okay. So I think the entire argument that you're trying to make is that level 2 rearm is more efficient. And I mean, I'll agree with you, right? I mean, you're not wrong. And I see that you're a big fan of Kaya. I guess that's what's indicating. Blue versus yellow. Oh, sorry, it's the vodka talking. So, oops, yeah. Level 3 rearm. And mana cost. So if I wanted to do 5,600 rocket damage, it would cost like almost double the mana. If I used it 8 times, okay. To be honest with you, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Rearm is not as mana efficient, but I will say this. There's a very, very huge opportunity cost and time cost. Sometimes you only have, like, as an example, Ember Spirit, right? Ember Spirit, or who's a very elusive hero? Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit,
Storm Spirit has
Faces Void even, you know, you gotta get him before he time walks, right?
Face your doom.
Who else? There are certain heroes that are very elusive. Like, you only have 2 seconds, not even 2 seconds to kill this hero, and then he's gone, right? Like, I would argue that, like,
they will learn
having 2 or 3 more seconds to burst down a hero is very valuable. So, and also sometimes, like, maybe Spectre's chasing you and you want to rearm. There's an opportunity to cost a 2-second rearm versus 1-second rearm, right? You're too slow either way. Okay, but let's say that I actually cancel the backswing, right? So let's say canceling backswing, you know, it's 2.1 seconds versus 1.1 seconds, right? I mean, there's still an opportunity cost of that, right? And yeah, I mean, like, in any given, let's just categorize it in terms of one teleport, right? Like, one trip to the fountain. So yeah, I mean, if you have level 2 rearm, you can probably fire, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 more sets of rockets and lasers. Yeah, I can probably agree to that. Yeah, it's probably more efficient for one fountain trip, but I mean, you can always just go back to fountain and do it again, right? So. Anyways, I'm gonna play another game. And you guys can do another poll. Actually do a poll this time. Okay, so the only way to vote is to type in !vote, space, and then the number. You cannot change your vote. You can only vote once, and these are the only heroes that you can vote on. Good luck on your vote. But how can Crusaders play like a legend? I understand what you mean by this comment. How can Crusaders play like a legend? What's that supposed to mean? Hey Namdota, I agree with you. I mean, there's an opportunity cost of sitting in the fountain for sure. But I think that this is just a philosophy. Like, do you like the quicker burst or do you like the efficiency? It's just a different philosophy. You'd agree with that, right? Will there be a poll? What are you trying to say, Gavin? Are you saying you're gonna throw me some money really quickly before this poll gets too deep into this pulling? Yeah, I mean, if you buy Kai, it makes everything efficient. Your anti-mage enemy was Crusader versus Legend. Anti-mage is Crusader? Guys, I didn't make the fucking ranked algorithm, okay? I don't make this. I don't know how to answer your question. Like, how does this anti-mage play in this bracket? I don't know. I didn't make this. There's an Ancient 2 as well. I didn't decide who gets to be in this game. I just fucking play the game. Do pro player keep the level 2 rearm? Okay, so it's once again, it's a matter of philosophy. I'll do the poll for once. Yeah, it's just a different philosophy. I mean, like, pretty sure if you're gonna play against Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit, you probably want level 3 rearm. Whereas, like, there are certain fights that are just longer. Like, as an example, let's say that there's a Underlord, Witch Doctor, Wraith King, Undying, Treant battle, right? That's the enemy team. Then you probably want the mana efficiency, right? Like, well, this battle's gonna go on for a while, so you just keep spamming rockets and stuff. And it makes more sense. Like, you're not gonna burst any one of them down that quickly. Except maybe Witch Doctor. And this buys Glimmer Cape. So then you probably want the level 2 rearm. But if you're fighting Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit or whatever other elusive heroes there are, then you probably want level 3 rearm, right? It's not right or wrong, it's just different. It's just a different philosophy. Alright, where are we? How about you let me choose the heroes for the next poll if I make a donation? Okay. You know the man in your photo? Hey man, I asked you a question earlier. Does anybody remember the question that I asked this guy? It was one of those comments that was borderline, like, is this guy flaming me? Comments. Do you guys remember? Because I don't remember. Lulu? Do you remember? Practical. Freaking Sunday class in like 4 hours. Alright man, get some sleep. So before you ask me this question, I'd like you to answer my question first, is what I'm trying to say. You don't remember? Okay, let me ask you this. Were you trying to flame me earlier? Let's just go like that. Avoid the strongest enemy. Good advice. Thanks, Tundra. English only, please. What language is this? Is this guy flaming again? Oh, my Google Translate is right there. See you later, man. You've had so many warnings, dude, and you still haven't fucking learned. So now you just cannot talk at all. Remember to leave a dislike, thanks. Stream's over? Oh, have we not started the... No, we started the polling. Oh, right. Good job, Lulu. Oh, see, you're so reliable. Yeah, man. Okay, let me ask you a question. You said earlier, Ember Spirit magical plus physical build GG. So are you trying to be condescending and judging my build? As if I'm not allowed to build magical and physical?
Please play the hero
Done.
that wins the poll.
Hey, Carlos, would you like to make a donation to CX? Good job, Lulu. So damn reliable, you know? Hey man, do you mind not giving me fashion advice? not blaming me? Okay. So what do you mean by that comment? Anyways, just trying to not make those kind of comments, man. 2 block haircut. And we've got a game. So looks like PL won the vote. Not that many people voted, so I guess we play PL. English only, please. Oh, some more people voted. More votes for PL. Yeah, I guess we play PL, guys. Hey Zach, I asked you a question. Do you mind answering it?
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Oh, dude, he was about to steal my hero. So no, I pick PL first. I can go any lane. Oh, this guy's insulting me already.
It's over 9,000!
So you weren't complimenting me. Okay, so then you were insulting me then. You were insulting me. Anyways, just don't make those kind of comments again, dude. This, you know, his name is Friendly Guy. Isn't that funny? Peel Offlin, are you mentally ill? And there goes ES into first PL pick. LO, amazing game. Are you normally this condescending?
Your turn to pick.
Or just today?
Your turn to pick.
And you're gonna go jungle Elsie. It's always someone else's fault that you are rude. Am I right? Oh, it's somebody else's fault that you're rude. Lulu, what did you say to get it timed out? Okay, well, if I start...
Your turn to pick.
This guy's a nutcase.
Your
He said that I'll
turn
feed?
to pick.
It's okay that if he says that I'll feed. I mean, I first picked PL, so it's kind of a prediction that they'll counter me, so I think I don't mind that kind of comment. It's okay, Naomi. Yeah, this guy's a nutcase. So if I carry this game, you'll shut your mouth, right? Right, Elsie? I turned off the music for a second. Do you want the music back on? Okay, sounds good. Jesus Christ. He's gonna command me too. He's not friendly at all, right, Daniel Smith? He's not fucking friendly at all. Just the tip? Okay, let's try a joke to detail them. Detail? Untilt? Untilt. Alright, I guess I gotta try hard so I can untilt this guy.
We are but a simple servant.
It's in the bag.
Our
It's
enemy is
in the
crushed
bag.
and victory assured. Prepare for battle.
Be a man. Do the right thing.
I'm doing the right thing. I try to the best of my ability to always do the right thing, guys. I don't look like Matt Stoney, dude. I've seen Matt Stoney, and that's not what I look like. Does anyone think that I look like him? Anyone with Asian friends think that I look like Matt Stoney? And before somebody with all Asian people look alike says that I look like him, you probably
so basically,
don't.
we shouldn't get caught with them. We have to 5-man, 4-man, 3-man them.
That sounds good, man.
30 seconds to battle.
It has no fucking heal. Wow, amazing build.
Enna heal. He'll fucking wreck us, dude, if he wants to. Look at him, look at him.
Be careful, they'll probably throw a stun in there.
We understand. As the
Nah, they have 2 stuns. Let's not do this.
we are
Super da, super.
ready to strike.
Indian accents. Love it.
Yes.
You're watching my stream every day, but so try not to insult me, okay, dude? Thanks.
Simple. Now. Quickly. Yes. We see. Deny. For victory. Attack! Onward! We will.
Fucking so hard to last it under tower, man.
Each at the same time. Forward! There. We rush. Attack. Earthshaker first. Like spears.
He should let me eat that.
Good idea.
Legion, you know that you're not going to skill your second skill, right? Just the first skill and third skill should be fine this lane.
Yes, I know how to play LC, thank you so much.
It's okay.
We move. Huh? Without delay.
Are you sure you know how to play LC? But you're not in the jungle. Oh shit.
We hunt. Battle comes.
Fuck.
We see them.
Wait, I need something from the courier. Oh shit.
Hey.
Denied.
I can't even tell who's the 3.
We will.
Nice job, Crystal Maiden.
Without delay. There.
Be careful, I have no mana.
Okay.
We rush.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious?
We move.
Jesus Christ.
We understand.
Hey, can I have your tango?
Yes.
Oh shit.
My heart.
Numbers low. We outnumbered you. We march. As needed.
Well, I'm 2-0. That's pretty good, right?
For victory. Quickly.
Dude.
I try.
Mere coin.
Favorite Dota player is Eternity. Shrine bottom.
We see. Out of mana.
Your bottom tower is under
Don't die.
Ah!
Guys.
I died, sorry. That was the most Cantonese accent I've ever heard in my life. Dong dong.
As ordered. We will. We will.
I don't have enough. Can't help you right now. Oh!
As ordered.
Nice.
Well, you did.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Delay. We shall strike.
Oh my god.
We move.
That was close. Nice try.
Denied. They cannot hide from us.
Oh, silence and a stun. Okay.
We march.
Vladimir's.
Good idea. Beware.
Invoker, if you can Sunstrike, we can kill.
Yeah, Lion especially.
I can give vision.
We will. Yes.
Don't let him get his Midas. Do not let him get his Midas.
Yeah, I want to. I'm using a shrine.
Coming. Bag it.
Okay.
Don't be greedy.
I'm not.
Be greedy.
See motivational videos on YouTube, man. Don't be greedy.
Come on, Mr. Tech Support, let's go.
Oh shit! Wow! Sick round.
Technically, I'm not tech support right now.
Right now, you said. Give it about an hour.
You literally just fucking roasted yourself, like, damn. Fuck, man, I'm almost level 6. Sunstrike this bitch!
Sunstrike! Hey, invoke!
You suck. It's okay, they can't really kill me.
We understand.
Don't harass him yet, let him come closer. He thinks you left.
I'm burning up.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I'm dead. Oh!
Invoke!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking quick cast is always turned on, man. I just don't understand. I thought unit specific fucking hotkeys, my fucking asshole.
Lion is like right there.
Invoker. Invoker, baby, you get that? I can kill him.
Invoker, baby.
They cannot stop us.
Shit. Okay, I'm dead for sure now.
Without delay. We will. The dust return. We must.
Ooh.
Give me a sec, I'm gonna duel, and then you can Sunstrike her easy.
I just TP'd it, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What kind of grill would you like, even? I hear the Foreman grills are good. Weber grills are good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Invoker, get ready for Sunstrike. Oh, okay.
Quickly.
Triage. Your bottom tower is under attack.
We rush.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was quite...
Sunstrike, you bitch!
I was quite surprised that he used Echo Slam.
Oh, Earthshaker's here, okay.
Onward.
Nice, now it's just me and the Sand King.
We move.
I need to wait. Give him a Tango, yo, before he dies.
It's okay, bro. I called my friends from India. They're gonna give me salves.
Simple.
Okay, good, good, good. Bring on that curry trade. Invoker, do you have Sunstrike? Yes, you do. Good boy. Let's go. I don't even know who to kill. They're so fucking fat.
As needed.
Well. Push other lanes. You can farm fairly our shakers with us.
Yep.
Oh, strike!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay.
Yes.
Face.
Now.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Good idea.
For
our cause. We will. East.
Ah, hell yeah, teamwork.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant
Invoker, if you're using, you better
structures
come
are
right now, yo. I'm using it. Okay, I guess.
Nah!
We march.
Now he can't farm these creeps.
Good idea.
I'm coming with the duel. Come on.
That's stupid fucking ability.
For victory.
Your middle tower
Nice!
is under attack.
If you didn't fucking duel, I would have got tilted.
Dude, I was fucking silenced. What the hell was I gonna do?
Kind of sounds like Bulldog.
As needed.
The LCA man.
What suka?
Doesn't he sound like Bulldog?
Casanova for sure.
He sounds like Bulldog.
Maybe.
Oh shit.
You guys mind if I just farm up for 20 seconds?
Damn!
Fuck, you actually landed the Sunstrike? God damn, first time.
Yes. We will. Our lance catches the sun.
15-minute runs.
Mm-hmm.
We agree.
This'll come in handy.
As ordered. Our pike finds you.
Okay, let's gank. I got a blink.
Forward.
That's not our jungle.
Be right there to kill her.
Bulldog plays on AU.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, it's water. It's water. What did here?
We understand.
It's a lot of damage, huh?
Quickly.
Invoker, suka, Sunstrike! Good. And we didn't finish. That sucked. Oh no, wait, I got it. Nice. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind.
Rishika doesn't have Blink Dagger, right? That would be fucking scary as shit.
Kill this fuck. 10 bucks. Aww.
It's okay. So I got tech support power.
Wow. You solved my network problems?
Yeah, dude, I'm a fucking network engineer, bitch.
Oh my god, that's
Have you tried the
perfect.
restart button, sir?
No. How do I do that?
Now.
Oh my god. Yeah, Medusa is right there. I'm ready to. Invoker, you got something ready.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ah, you suck. Oh fuck. Oh wait.
Oh, he's got Blink Dagger.
Nice. Oh,
motherfucker!
Kill the ward too.
Can kill the ward.
You sounded like a Japanese girl for a second there.
You're welcome.
The one that I'm gonna watch in a very funny anime soon. The tentacles.
Don't wish it.
We move.
I need to kill someone.
Foxy's still doing it. He's...
Oh, Sun King.
Yep.
Simple.
Oh good, I like his health. Oh! Fuck, I don't know. Oh! Medusa level 16. I don't wanna. I rather kill
three
him.
of us can kill Medusa. 3 of us at the same time.
Okay, okay. Easy.
We don't have detection for him.
That's okay.
Wow.
Oh yeah, we fucking do. Where's this piece of shit? Oh, he's right there. Blinked. Dude, I'll jump her in like 10 seconds.
Dire structures are fortified. Bottom is missing.
Yes. We understand.
Man, I think someone should come top. We have sentries and they're sanking. I think we can catch them out.
We agree.
Oh.
Sunstrike bottom invoker.
Sunstrike, bitch. Never mind, we're good. Good job.
He's getting ganked.
Ooh, I fucking used my wand for no reason. Fuck. I thought I was quelling blade. I was gonna quell the tree and then I used my wand.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I will. As ordered.
I'll push the tower and then I'll come to you guys.
We will.
Your top tower is under attack.
Where's my fucking items? Oh my, I didn't have enough slots.
Come on, I got blade mail and ult.
I'm gonna TP over there in 2 seconds.
Jesus Christ, Legion.
Oh fuck, I tried.
Oh, tried to what, son?
Alright.
Back it, dude.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, right on time, good job.
Multiply. We will.
Coming for this decent.
Your top tower is under attack.
Don't kill her for 15 seconds.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, okay. And she's strong. She's strong.
They cannot hide from us.
Did Urshika use Echo Slam yet?
Get tower.
That is a Chinese girl, not me.
Yeah, no.
No
Cantonese
shit,
girl.
know that.
Guaranteed.
Ni hao, sam sai.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You should say Leho Ma.
Hey, that means like, hey, that means like, you're pretty good at Christian name. That was good.
The enemy's top
Let's go.
tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn. Okay. Okay. He has blink.
Got him.
Shit, I'm stuck.
Yeah, don't kill her, don't kill her.
She's gonna get away.
That's all.
Cannot hide from us.
Dire structures are fortified.
Invoker, can you give me a sunstrike? I need it right over here in a second. Good shit. Nice, thanks. Good job.
Another good job, eh?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Someone just blinked out.
Quickly.
I don't have a duel.
idea.
Oh. Nice. You got a Sunstrike, I guess?
Yes.
Where's my fucking
Okay,
items?
really
Oh my
fancy.
god.
Oh. Not gonna kill her, will we? Actually, we will. Come on.
We agree.
Bye, bitch. Good job, Oak.
We will.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We rush.
Actually, this was kind of fun to play. Kind of boring at the same time, but kind of fun. I don't know. I've been waiting for this Yasha for a long time though. Yeah, I played like PL like 3 times. Last little bit.
Oh, 13 seconds.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's rape him like Bill Cosby did.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's racist. Bill Cosby was innocent.
Isn't that what happened?
I have no idea, man. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm fucking fighting for my motherfucking life. R. Kelly, hashtag.
Man, this guy's on fire. Where's Earthshaker? Oh fuck. I don't want to be part of this. Where's my fucking Yasha? Oh my god.
Oh, hi. Oh shit.
Without delay. As needed.
I got my Yasha. I got it. Got it.
We feel the rush. Attack.
Earthshaker's debating.
Why do they?
Oh, I'm
gold
gonna.
tier
I was gonna
Legion
buy
commander.
my Mantis style, but
what?
I'm a gold tier Legion commander, and I never win daedalus on Legion commander.
He's saying you suck dick.
Well, watch and learn. Then this is how pros play Leos.
No.
Oops, no, I already have.
The game is boring.
I
like fuck, we're winning like crazy. Fuck.
Yeah, but I like Ags on that guy. When you go plus 100 plus, Ags is pretty good. With
That is
Lion,
true, I
SK,
agree.
Earthshaker.
Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, fuck it.
Tech support for life, hashtag.
Yeah, let's go gank this bitch.
We move.
The Sand King, like, he never helps his team. Like, he just stays down here to farm. But, like, he doesn't even farm as fast as I do.
Fight him.
Like, I clear 1 wave, and I clear 2 camps, and he clears 1 wave.
We will.
You see how that's not even a good trade?
Oh, great.
Stop. Good.
Yep. Okay.
Careful top. I am
That's how
taking
we
bottom
roll.
tier 2. Oh my god, I missed the last hit on that shit.
Let's go, let's go.
Yes.
Oh my god, how many times are you gonna Eula?
Good idea. As ordered.
Yo, Sentry, destroy the Sentry. Good job.
We will.
Hey, I think this is a entry kill. CM. Va. Let's just.
That's my. You don't take my money. Go away.
Take it.
Okay,
Take it.
dude,
Take
I'm
it.
not
Take
like
it right now.
Chinese guys.
She didn't even say
fucking rich.
please.
I'm Indian, dude. It's okay. That's how the Chinese are. China #1.
Taiwan number
No, that's Korea
one.
number one.
Fuck, I was hoping she would get offended, but no reaction.
Jesus,
can I get a
Christ?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Can I get a fucking duel or someone?
Your bottom tower has
Nice.
Careful, SK ult. Damn!
Yeah, go that attack speed, boy!
Damn!
Easy.
Someone was trash talking about PL. I don't know who it was.
We will.
China #1.
Taiwan number one. Taiwan number one.
Yeah, Taiwan with women who have dicks. Yes,
That's
definitely.
Thailand, man. Get it right. Thailand,
my bad, my
Taiwan.
bad. My bad,
Thailand,
my bad.
Taiwan.
Taiwan.
Hey, racist stereotypes.
I got a duel. If I see someone, I'll just blink.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Okay.
Super loot, super loot. Oh, flash!
Easy. Now she doesn't have hurricane back now.
The enemy's
What?
tower has fallen.
Okay, let's get out of
back
here.
off. Can we back off?
Yeah, let's get out of here. I almost have a heart.
Throw. Let's go take. Someone devote.
We will take
The enemy's top shrine has fallen. This will do nicely.
Can we use a shrine?
Alright.
We must. We agree. Without delay.
You know, why are we even dicking around? Let's just go Rosh.
Let's go Rosh.
Our numbers grow.
There's nothing to farm around me.
We understand.
Let's go Rosh, guys. I have a cloud. Smoke.
Attack.
SK.
Your shrine
Oh, sorry.
I don't believe you.
That's out.
Forward.
Lol. That's what you get for being greedy, you bastard.
Oh shit!
Come on, just hit him once. Good lord. There you go. Okay, well, I got my shit.
Jesus! Oh shit, 3 man. Let's go!
Oh, easy.
GG.
Nice job.
Good idea. We shall strike.
Okay.
Like spearfishing.
Something. Look, I said something.
Onward.
dire structures are fortified.
Wait, not great.
agree.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Haste.
I'm coming, guys. Speed of light. Flash.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Don't end just yet. Let's have some fun with these faggots.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Where's my fucking quarterstaff, dude? You know how long I've been waiting for this quarterstaff?
Okay, I'm going in. Check this out.
Hey, heal me, dude. Heal me, dude. Jesus. Thanks.
Yeah, easy, easy. I don't need your help, boy. Plus, all your help is useless. You can't do anything when I have axe.
Where's my fucking quarterstaff?
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
We will.
Astama.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
As ordered.
Damn, Invoker.
What the fuck?
Antar is good for passiveness.
Jesus Christ.
Warmer next time.
Oh, you got a heart.
Yep.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Now have mega kills.
Easy mid. Oh. Let's go into the fountain. I wanna fucking shit on someone.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower
Oh my
has
god.
fallen.
I'm silenced, I can't help you.
Okay.
Suka!
Oh, Jesus. Some people, man. Just shut the fuck up and play the game. Okay. Namdota. Wu-chan. You guys want to party? I'm accepting party games now. English only, please. Ah, there's the command. Yeah, I don't know, every time I play PL it's just seems so simple. Okay. Yeah, friendly guy was friendly, but he's also not so friendly. Daniel Smith, I think when you're winning the game, it's pretty easy to be PMA, right? And like, oh yeah, haha, nice job, well played, that kind of stuff, right? But The real challenge of PMA is when you're in a losing game. Hey Benny, I just played Dota 2. And that is my work. Am I down to do the poll thing? Yeah, if you want. Hi Ryan. Hey Deska, what are you talking about? But yeah, I guarantee you.
Hero Pole, Enigma, Chaos Knight, Lone Druid, Nyx, Timbersaw.
Alright. Done. Let's set this poll up. Enigma, CK, LD, Nyx, Timber. Done. Okay, so here's the choices. Those are the only choices you have. You can only vote once. Do not spam. To vote, you type in !vote, then you put it in space, then you put in the number. Would I go disc late game for PL against Earthshaker? No. That is way too much respect for Earthshaker. Like, remember, like, I mean, his Echo Slam might do, like, what? 400, 500, maybe 600 damage, but, like, why does it matter when I have 4,000 HP? There's a lot of people who say that it's their birthday, but anyways, English only. And it doesn't matter to me if it's your birthday. Yeah, get your votes in, guys. Get your votes in. There you go. Those are the votes. Timber's winning. Oh, we can't QoS because of Lulu. Wait a minute, Gaben. So you were the one who added Timber to the poll, and people voted for your option, and now you're like, dance game. Like, what? Oh, I know what's going on here.
Smoke weed every day.
This is not how you vote. Hi, Divan. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hi, Jasmine. This is not how you vote. This is not how you vote. Listening comprehension, please. It's not how you vote. I spammed that shit twice. And he fucked it up twice. I'm not sure if the toxic one is a girl. Do we even care? What are you talking about, Daniel? Hello, Taruna. Okay. This is for you, okay? Is Jasmine name of your girl? What? Some of you guys ask really dumb questions. Why would Jasmine be the name of my girl? Just because she says hey blue with a heart?
Smoke weed every day.
Alright, let me ask you a question. Is Brittany the name of your girl? Holy shit. When do I play on my main account? I don't know. Only space should be between vote number. Yep. Look like a 15-year-old boy. Okay. Any advice on how to get from 2K to 3K? I'm struggling way too hard in my solo. Watch your replays. Watch some pro replays. Yeah. Anyways, you're breaking a chat rule. Stop begging for attention, okay? I don't care it's your birthday. I don't care who you are. Why don't, if you want someone to say hello to you, why don't you just say hello to them first, man? It's so simple. Oh my god, some of you guys. Speak Bahasa, Pregard. Do I have a girlfriend? Yep. You know, I'm just gonna say it to myself. Hey, we memeing now. English only, please. Hey, weren't you toxic the other day? Oh, no. I remember what you said. You said, I bet you're gonna lose. That's what you said in my game. You're like, I bet you're gonna lose this game. And then I asked you, how much? And then you went quiet. It's almost like you were betting, but you're only willing to talk. But you're not actually willing to bet. And then when I won the game, we quoted, you're like, hey, didn't you bet that you lost the game? And then you didn't say anything. I fucking remember you, man. Do you remember that? Do you remember? I remember very clearly. He's Indonesian? Okay. Let's create a... What? Okay, let me get right on that. Thanks, Jasmine. What? Right. I'm my own girlfriend. That's right. What happened? Oh my god. What do you mean what happened? What happened to what? By the way, is Brittany the name of your girl? I come from Canada. Hi. Why won't you play ranked? Every game that I played today was ranked games. Is this game not ranked? Well, I'm partying right now, so that's why we don't play ranked. Hi, Haku.
Your turn.
If someone is toxic in my game and it's a girl, okay, and then what, Daniel Smith? What are you trying to say?
5 seconds remaining.
I played Timbersaw, right, guys? Looks like Timbersaw to me.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Why do I make those faces when I read your comments? Because your comments are kind of dumb. And I asked you a question. I was like, is the name of your girl Brittany? And you didn't answer that one.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Every day you watch my stream, I play normal match. Okay. No, I kick girls out all the time. Hey Desco, what I'm trying to say is that you asked me a kind of stupid question. You're like, hey, is the name of your girl, what was that girl's name? Jasmine? And I'm like, the fuck? Why do you even think that my girl's name is Jasmine? So then I asked you an equally stupid question. So I was like, is the name of your girl Brittany? Do you see what I'm trying to imply? You know what? Forget about it. I think Lattice is just inactive, Haku.
Your turn to pick.
Some conversations are not worth having, guys. Thanks, Daniel Smith.
I'm Rizrak. Don't touch me. Courage.
Grace to you.
Prepare for battle.
My friends, this one is in the bag.
I don't need a clipping.
Thanks, Daniel Lopez and Pregard.
Ah, chop chop. What if they get me?
What the fuck? That wasn't even close.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Why me? Are you sure about this? We'll need a toothpick. That one looks angry. Yes. Yes.
Watch out for coconut. I'll just get back.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut you. There are trees everywhere. Yeah, if you say so. I don't know. Okay. Breathe. Running! Ooh. I don't know. I'm under attack! Yeah. Yeah, if you say so. Why me? Do I have to? Quelling blade!
No, you're gonna miss it. Ah!
That one looks angry! Breathe. What if they get me? Yes. Okay.
I actually don't want something new in here, but...
Yeah.
What? Why did he go back? Oh, he's kind of low, huh?
You're with the trees, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Oh, the experience is mine.
Where did it go?
Great.
I assume Doom wants a treat, but I don't know what Octa's doing.
Yes.
Doom probably found a screed. Indeed he did. He got a centaur.
Still not.
Maybe I should have got my Q instead. Oh wow.
Oh, you got a stun. Wow. So funny.
Oh, he helped me get that last hit. Thanks, Lurk.
Courage. Do I have to? I don't know. Yeah. Cut. Yeah.
First blood. First blood. I'm on fire.
Courage. That one looks angry. Attack! Yeah,
All my gear is in description of stream.
Go hang Omni Knight, man.
Stay back. Go. Yes.
Illusion.
Attack.
Denied.
What if they get me? Keep your hands to yourself. Okay. Okay.
Whee!
Yeah, I'll get you. Yes. Running. Why me? Stay back. I'm warning you.
Man, these guys are screwed, huh? Screwed.
Ow. Are you sure about this? Don't need a clipping. Ah, chop chop. Cut, cut, cut.
Oh fuck, dude. That's not good.
I don't know. Yeah. Ha! Yes. Breathe.
Dude, that Maledict? Is that even good? Shrine. Whatever. Shrining bottom.
Are you sure about this?
We need 3 people down here, do ya?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut you.
What the?
You can pull every wave if you want.
Damn it, Omni Knight!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I was waiting, hoping that someone will come and we can kill him, but
think
apparently he ran away.
I think he thinks he can jungle, but he can't, so it's great.
Awesome.
Here, I'll get you.
Illusion.
What is it? Okay, man. He doesn't respect that I need to farm. And I have farm priority ring. He doesn't respect that. He doesn't understand it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, level 1 Maledict, huh?
That one looks angry. Need a clipping. What was that sound?
Sorry.
Attack!
You can probably kill this guy. Or not.
Yeah, I'll get you. Yeah, I'm gonna cut you. Are you sure about this?
I wonder if he's still around or the TTP.
Why me? Yes.
Hmm.
Deal with the tree.
Lulu's Lich.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's not your question. Right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yoink. Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Oh, you fucking goddamn coconut!
What was that sound? Do I have to?
Sure, it wasn't that much mana.
Attack!
You guys should help Invoker. He keeps dying.
What if they get me?
That mana could have killed him.
Why me? I don't know. Courage.
Go fucking farm your waves, Slark,
Your middle
genius.
tower is under attack.
Whoa! I've got everyone.
Good shock to TP bottom again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He must have just eaten that tome. I can't. Oh, he's got an armlet, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Magnus, you're the only one who can kill Husker.
I know.
Good.
I'll be good at it too.
Oh no, back here again. Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Killing spree.
Attack! Stay back!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Away! Are you sure about this?
Holy fuck, that guy is actually so dense. Right, Gaben?
That sound.
Fucking hate this Omni Knight. Should just fuck off.
Wait till they get a courage. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Spin, blade, spin! What if they get me? I'll get ya!
Your middle tower is
Can I
under
fucking click
attack.
this already? Jesus. What the? Run. Oh, you have Ghost Walk. You're fine. Oh, wait, no, he has Dust. You're not fine.
Why me?
Holy fuck, this guy is so dumb. He's actually so dumb. Got him, Daniel.
Holy shit!
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
What if they get me?
I don't even know why I went to help him.
If Huskar's too powerful, just avoid him.
Like, just don't eat. Like, Omni-Knight is like, he doesn't understand why he's so bad, so just don't even like just like.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Middle tower has fallen.
We can kill Doom, maybe.
Yeah, I'll come for Doom.
You ready, Lich? Oh shit.
Nah, I'm dead.
What, did he use Doom on you?
So Doom is down. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's great then. That's really good.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna go sideways like last time. There we go.
Yes. I don't know. Bloodstone.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh my god.
If I had Death, I would have killed Husker. So
Yeah, also, I could have timed my thingy a little bit better.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
I don't know.
I'm using it, don't worry about him.
Aren't you the guy who said X Hero is OP the other day and we looked up the win rate and he had below average win rate? Pretty sure that was you, right? Damn, Andrew.
Tower is under attack. top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was you.
I'm ready to kill Huskar anytime if it's favorable.
I cannot TP for 15, but they might TP. So if they TP, then you might be able to jump them.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower.
There's bottom, we can kill him.
Yeah, you guys can jump the guys on top now, I think.
Well, I think we should jump Huskar. Alright.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
You just got it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, look at it go!
Okay.
A lot of heroes.
I'm under attack. Okay. Okay. What was that sound?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Are you about this?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm warning you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
This is Battle Cup? No. Why would this be Battle Cup? Am I gonna play Battle Cup this weekend? I don't think so.
What if they get me?
Derelict.
Holy shit, everyone's here.
Oh, you're dead. Yeah, don't... If I'm in a really deep area, you don't have to stay too close to me because I have a lot of escapes and I want their attention. And you're probably better off just following Clinks, I think.
Okay.
That one looks angry. Ah, chop chop.
Double Huskar death sounds good for me.
I have never tried Holy Locket. I heard that a lot of people use it. Maybe we'll try it this time. Or will we? No, I need Lotus first. Or do I need Lotus? Actually, I don't know.
I was waiting for the cooldown. Anybody here in the lock right way? Easy this one.
Is Aetherlens good on Timbersaw? I highly doubt it. I mean, you don't really need range, right? How much more range do you need?
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh,
I thought you died.
Yeah, all those got disjointed. Like, I already threw out not enough arrows to kill him, but he just...
Man. Magical bullshit. What? Whoa, what the? Wow.
Let's go, Huskar.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello, hello. Oh fuck, Huskar's so powerful.
Come back, Huskar. I got this. Just run around killing people. That'll be good.
Guys, my biggest problems is number 1, magical damage that Huskar does, and number 2, Pounce. And maybe 3rd, like Doom's Doom, but he doesn't seem to use it against me. And if he has it, then I'm just not gonna fight him.
Witch Doctor's dead.
Where'd he go? So Shivas will help? Shivas is so that you can prevent physical damage. Did I mention any physical damage in any of that list?
Let's go.
Yeah, I got that. Holy wow, this guy's so dense, man. Holy shit.
Stay back.
He's denser than lead.
Breathe. Okay. Oh.
I know there's a sentry here, by the way.
Why me?
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have dust for Doom.
I got dust, but he's too close to the tower.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I would totally do it if I had
You're welcome, Hardesh.
Oh, creeps, it's all gone.
Are you everyone?
Final ritual.
Aha!
Was he really trying to like contest the D ward? Let's go.
Is he around here? Pyramid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ready?
Whoa.
Yeah, if you can find it. Oh, you baited.
Come and be judged fairly.
I've got everyone. Woo! What if they get me? I don't know.
No, I don't really care about Huskar that much, Jasmine. We don't really have a good Silver Edge here either way, you know?
just splitting now, he's so mad.
And who's gonna buy Silver Edge? Timbersaw?
Yes.
Your bottom tower is
Hey,
under
do
attack.
you have...
Oh, we should totally fight this shit.
Why me?
No, guys, I just kite Huskar's BKB. That's it. I just kite his BKB and then I buy Sheep Stick, and then when he doesn't have BKB, I sheep him and then he's dead. Super simple.
Are you sure about this?
Hey guys, what's up?
Okay. Oh. You just want
We can do rush. You want a rush?
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Oh, they actually TP'd up here. Wait a sec. Let me shove out bottom. Oh, Huskar's up here. Yeah, let me get attention bottom, and then you can do Roshan easily.
It'd be cool if I could have this. I mean, I'd actually be useful though. That'd be fucking awesome.
Breathe.
Uh-oh.
Your shrine has fallen to the downs.
Going Husker right now.
I don't know. Whee! Okay. I said I'm not ready. I told I'm under attack. Why me?
Oh my god. Come on, die.
He has a Aeon disc. He's so fucking scared.
Whew. I should let those creeps hit me.
Aeon disc is like the most play to lose item on Husker.
Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh,
You
oh.
can't purge that though, right?
Purge what? Sorry, can you say that again? My sound effects are too high.
Purging Aeon disc?
You can purge it. So
You
the
can?
counter to Aeon Disc is Nullifier.
Dude, I love Nullifier. It's like the best item.
I thought Armor was the best item.
Fuck yes. Oh well, I mean, you know, depends. if Clinks was a strength hero, I would buy a Armlet, no question.
Regeneration.
Let's do this. I still have Sheep Stick.
Oh, that's cold.
Ah, they're all here. Sorry about the retweet. I'm going to grab some water.
Okay. I don't think he has yet. It's like a 90-second.
Totally I would have totally fucking killed him. +1 we can do it.
I am completely safe. Yes.
Oh shit. Okay, I will TP bottom. I'll TP bottom.
I am bottom left.
Go towards them, okay? Get out of bottom. I can join you guys again.
Illusion.
What if they get me?
Good goal.
Are you sure about this?
What the fuck killed me?
I stoke the furnace with your corpse.
That's a fortify.
Radiant structures are
I'm here.
fortified.
I don't have dust.
Oops, I fucked up. Oh, there we...
We're a double catapult.
Alright, fine.
I'm doing right now. I don't have any abilities here.
I told you we should get back.
You're right.
I'm kind of disappointed.
What the fuck, man?
I would pause, but I'm not that mean.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Alms for the dead.
It's okay. Doom doesn't have Doom now.
I mean, you're almost dead for the whole cooldown though. Like it's only 100 seconds and you're down for 80.
That's okay. I don't think they can get any objectives anyways.
We didn't need to start adding buildings though.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's crazy talk. What are you saying here?
I mean, I'm saying I'm a Clinks, not a fucking like infinite scaling hero like Slark.
I think you might need a single defensive item.
Dude, fuck that shit. Somebody's bottom row. I'm gonna go
okay.
There's somebody here, and they're gonna die. Ooh.
Ooh. Oh man, a courier, dude.
Oh, fuck that shit. Okay. What's up, guys?
Oh.
Man, I wish I could get some help. I'm gonna fight this. Time to push. How did you die? Aren't you a Timbersaw?
Yeah, but you know, they've got Huskar, Doom.
Oh look, they're not defending.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Righteous reward. Well, much.
Need another item.
Double damage from bottom.
I'll wait for a second.
Hey, leave bottom.
Man, this is hard to do alone.
What if they get me?
Help the princess.
I'm gonna die. Oh, no Purify? No fucking Puro? Look at this fucker. I'm just gonna die to Roshan.
No, you did.
This fucker, man.
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
What was that sound?
Just fucking stand there. We should fight anytime.
Why me?
Oh, DD's still there. Let's kill somebody.
I don't know. Yes.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Hope they go on you.
Hope this didn't use this as Doom on me. I have a link to that.
I don't know.
You guys want to bait bottom?
Oh, so Orchid was just used on me. But not Doom.
What if they get
Run.
Could use cheese, but if they chase you, I'm gonna push bottom.
Okay.
What was that sound?
Yeah, I'm gonna push bottom.
What the fuck? This guy's so busy.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Holy shit! Benny!
Ah! Stop spamming, please.
Fuck you, Rex.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Hey Luciano, I don't play Timbersaw at all, man. But glad you like the Timbersaw game.
Wish Hector wants to die.
Nullifier dispels silence. I mean,
Did you guys see that taunt?
yeah, I saw you stop attacking him. You fucking cocky fucker, you.
Does this mean my flesh will grow back?
It's a chat. You have chat to thank for
Nullify
their
the
votes.
haste. He thought he was safe.
Thanks, chat, for the Timbersaw game.
We have a sentry here. There's a sentry in the lane. You wanna fucking go?
Lock it.
I'm good. I'm not
Wow.
dead. Holy fuck.
Whoa.
What's up, guys? I have too much gold. I think Divine Rapier is the item right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna be a dumbass and get butterfly.
Oh boy. Don't have enough damage.
I mean, Divine is really the right item, but I'm playing to lose here, so I'm gonna buy butterfly
Oh, okay.
instead.
So if we do lose, I don't want you to be upset, okay? Favorite hero is Juggernaut?
Southrex guide my arrows.
I'm just gonna get their wrath if they're gonna be outside their base.
What was that sound?
Wow.
Alright.
A lot of them there, man.
I mean, I just saw
I have
Doom
force
top.
that for you.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh boy. I might die to this.
they must have saw me approach because they were literally just there, and there's no way they all three like went like that right away. So there's something there.
Quas.
Healing shot. The armor of omniscience.
There's two there. We're all good.
Nope.
No sorceries avail.
I'm leaving them from now on.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Man, it's a good thing we have a wave already a thing, so I can rat if I need to.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I think we should be able to defend though.
Is under attack. Dire structures.
Yeah, it should be
are
okay, especially if Invoker bites back. Lulu, save your force staff, okay?
Yeah,
Can you frost shield the middle tower? Or this one? Any one of those.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your
They're not gonna
bottom
get
tower
rats.
has fallen.
Not gonna pass.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, there's the tower left.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Oh no. I'm dead again.
I buy back?
No.
This Huskar's bad.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures
Alright,
are fortified.
that's a easy.
Your bottom barracks
I'm
has
coming
fallen.
back.
If I were you, I would go right back in.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Doom's here though.
Then don't go back in.
I cancel my TP.
Holy essence shit.
Your bottom barracks are under
Yeah,
attack.
I clicked on that a while ago. He hit the lead a while ago.
Holy Invoker's combo.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Man, you need to cancel.
That's okay.
Did he use his ult yet?
I don't know, but he doesn't have much mana, so. Yeah, he can't cast his ult.
There we go.
No, you can carry TP as well.
I did. I said I canceled that.
Oh.
Because you told me to stay, and I canceled.
Well, staying's not a bad plan. I mean, you could get mid-racks if you play it right.
Alright. Their fortify's down, so like if they do anything stupid and I'm alive, then they're smooth.
My just reward.
Also, I think they have no buybacks. I have buybacks there.
I don't know.
Ill-gotten
What was that sound? Courage.
Sutherx guide my arrows.
Yes. Finally. Are you sure about this? Okay. Okay.
Throw Snap Lulu. You check. Oh,
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, should do that then. So, Gaben, you didn't really want to see Timbersaw? But you let chat. They just smoked over here. Run, Emily Knight, run. Just get out.
Can you tank it, Bush? I don't want to get bashed.
Oh shit.
I got my best. Man, if I could get somebody to tank Roche for me, I would have killed it by now. Should I buy back? Oh no.
You can buy back and rack if you want. I mean, it's up to you. Buyback's pretty good.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
I think if I bought back right away, I could have gotten it.
Yeah?
I shouldn't, yeah, like if I thought like, oh shit, they're in Roche, I'm just gonna fucking let them. I would have done it. But, once they commit, I'm gonna.
I think you're gonna buy back regardless, so if you had bought back, would have been good.
Slark squatting. Or in their base, right? If Slark commits on you, I'm gonna TP.
I think you TP right now. He's on top of me, so you TP here, and you just hit the Rex. I waste his time.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You can keep. You can. No, that's good. That's good. What you did is really good.
Man, they are on top of my.
Yeah, I think you just. If I were you, I would have just poked it for 2 seconds, and then the moment I see any kind of reaction, I would have just gone out.
Okay.
Invoker, do you know how to cut lanes?
Yeah, I thought I could kill Doom, but like I sheeped him, but he was already invisible or some shit. I guess he did a Shadowblade TP. Oh, now he casts fucking Repel? Holy fuck, man. Jesus Christ.
Invoker, back off. Just back off. They can't really push.
Oh, they can. It's gonna take a while.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
What was that sound?
If invoked, dude. Dude, do you see this Omni Knight?
Yeah, he's hella bad.
Fuckhead.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
We can kill these guys, okay?
No, they're gonna win.
Dire structures are fortified. Your ancient is under attack.
Oh no. Man, what was killing me, dude?
Holy shit!
What the fuck? Why am I over here, man?
Is under attack.
Yeah, I'm still on them. I'm still on them.
I'm gonna die. I need your help.
Oh my god, this game.
I need to get back in this side.
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh, Slark has no agility though. Maybe. Oh, actually, he does. What the fuck? God damn it.
Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Nice try.
GG. Yeah, nice try, guys.
Okay, you don't need to start. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, our Omni Knight and Invoker are very low impact. Very, very, very low impact. Holy shit.
I liked when he cast a GA and didn't actually do anything like with the GA. Like he cast it on himself, and that.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know how to play Omni. Like he randomed it. Oh, Cardinal commended me. That guy must be a commentator. Hey, you're very welcome for the game, guys. So Luciano, you said that Timbersaw is one of your favorite heroes, but you still have a lot to learn. To be honest with you, mechanically, I'm not really a good Timbersaw player. I'm pretty sure I screw up. I probably misaim a lot of my spells.
At the end, we could have won. I could have made it happen. I just got baited by the armlet toggle. I wasn't strafing and I was still attacking Huskar, which was dumb, and he was toggling through it. Like that's like the ideal, like I want to toggle situation is just toggling against Clinks with no strafe.
Did you have a lot of money at the end there?
I was thinking about this. I could have just totally avoided the fight, but the problem was that they were rotating so hard on me. I felt like at the point that we were at that I had to buy like rapier and sell something, or like just move boots out of the way or something like that. Like I feel like rapier was the only way to win that game.
Hey, you're watching the stream, right? I can show you something.
Sure, hang on.
They will burn.
But did you really like how I cut the waves, guys?
I like to battle.
So when I play Clinks, well, actually, your build is really good for picking people off. But at the end there, you kind of change your strategy to a ratting strategy. So one item that I really like to rat with is actually Blink Dagger. Yeah, no, you didn't need to. So if you just have like these 3 items, you can rat really well. So a lot of times, like, you know, maybe the enemy, they have sentry here. So what I really like to do is I go into a really...
I see you're saying like I change strategy. I think I think the problem is they changed strategy. Like they were all focusing me, and so I had to adapt to that.
Yeah, so you can buy gem. You can buy gem like this, and I was trying so hard to create space and get them to follow me. But if I were you, I would have played the game like this. You can buy a gem, and then you just run up to them and you hit the racks, and then the moment you see any kind of reaction at all, like any TP, anybody at all, I would just blink away.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess Blink's pretty cheap for me. I could have totally just bought that casually.
Yeah. And you don't even need the boots to travel. Well, maybe you do, or like maybe you put down the Solar Crest because it doesn't really help you take the building. So I would have put down the Solar Crest. I would have bought a blink, and then I would have just, you know, played cat and mouse with them.
That's actually smart. I don't usually buy blink, but I agree completely. Actually, that's probably the strat.
Yeah, no, it's so annoying when I get into my games. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's so hard. And like you run at him with dust, then he BKB, and then it's kind of hard to stop BKB TP as it is, right? So you just play cat and mouse with them.
Right. Yeah, and they had nothing to stop it. Does Doom do a mini stun, or is that?
Yeah, so Doom would have been. Hold on, let me look at the hero. So Doom would have been
I don't...
the cat. Slark's got bash. No, Slark's got basher. So if you have a gem, Doom doesn't have blink dagger, right? So if you just have a gem on you, there is no way you can die at all.
Right.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I never really consider late game blink, but that makes total sense in this case.
How'd you like it? Would you like mid or off lane? This will be my last game, Chris. How do I expect to win when 3 of my teammates have 1 kill, Jasmine? Just outsmart them? Easier said than done, of course.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So Magnus, I actually use the same strategy with LC sometimes. Like I'll buy Shadowblade and Blink and BKB. So those 3 items, you can do the exact same thing as I showed you earlier. You just you Shadowblade next to the tower and you press the attack, and then you just hit a bunch of times, and then if they react at all, you blink away.
I get all of those most of the time anyway on LC. So.
Yeah, so you're pretty set for ratting.
Right.
I see that some of you guys want to be the
this
cat.
game is going to be much easier just based on the draft so far. Easy game.
Your turn to pick.
It's Commander Tresden to you. If you
Go to the bathroom real quick. You don't have to pause.
Prepare for battle.
Oh yeah,
It's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
"30 seconds to battle."
I think this Medusa is actually a Smurf. She's they've got a 100% win rate, 10 games, Medusa, on their profile.
So was the Cardinal last game.
The Coddle what?
The Cardinal from last game, Keeper of the Light, had 100% win rate on the heroes.
I mean, there's like 100% win rate one game is just like they just won a game, but that's 10 games.
Oh, okay.
Why do we care that Coddle has 100% win rate?
No. I'm saying
And
the
Medusa
Medusa has 10 games, 10 wins with Medusa. So I'm saying it might be a Smurf. Yeah, with the Coddle, it's just 2 games in one game. That's not impressive.
I was wondering why you're paused. Is this a bad manner pause?
Absolutely. If they want war, then we shall give it to them! Sound strategy.
I think Slark is kind of like I can just outplay you
Bring it on!
mid-pick. But I'm kind of scared now.
I think you're up against Deuce, aren't you?
Engaging.
Like I thought Medusa wasn't a Smurf, but
I think if you run at her and try to
Without
dodge her
a doubt.
snakes, you might win.
Is it worth your love? Flanking. Smart move. On my way. Aye.
What the fuck, man?
Come on. Repositioning.
Fucking quick cast is like my default now.
To battle! Closing in. You will fall. Ha! Attack! Now's the time. Yes. Attack!
Denied.
Yield. Deploying. Charge! Fall. Immediately.
Hey, Lion, the other guy's trying to pull.
Orders received.
Okay, maybe not.
Stand your blade. On it. To the
Got a
vanguard.
stack here if you want to come.
Nah, just keep an eye on it.
Yes. On it. Take the field. Yes. Tactical.
First blood.
Last of my
Well played.
Oh, he has swim legs.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Rally! On
I'm
it.
okay.
Let's see. A strategic benefit. You will fall.
Regeneration.
Take the field. Yield.
Oh fuck, which creep do I go for?
Flanking. I have. Sound strategy. Engaging. Attack! Charge! Let's the plan comes together. Orders received. Nice trap. Yes. Immediately. Closing in. Attack! Next.
Your middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
yeah, me? Okay. Thank you.
Deploying.
5-minute rinse drop.
Repositioning. Yes. Yes.
I'll take that as tribute.
Aye.
Money changes hands.
Absolutely. Charge! Without a doubt. On my way. Smart move.
No, you don't.
Mm-hmm. To the vanguard. Pressing attack. Another down. On it. I'm under attack.
Here.
Flanking. On it. The odds were against you. You just didn't know it. Easily. To battle! Bring it on! You will fall! Now time! Deploy it. Closing in! Yes? Overwhelming odds! No mana!
No! Oh, why did I eat the mango earlier? Oh, God! Oh, wrong fucking hotkey. I was gonna press the attack and run at him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking hotkeys, dude. Seriously, I can kill him.
Bring it on! Absolutely. Without a doubt. Rally! To the vanguard! Not yet! Yes. It's not time yet. It's not time yet. Not yet. If you insist. I'm not ready. Attack. I'm not ready. Attack. It's not time yet. Now time. Not yet. Repositioning.
Bottom is missing.
I'm not ready. Not yet. Yes, turn the table.
Oh man. That's okay, I can kill all three of them one day.
Let's see. It's not time yet. Chop!
Okay.
Orders received. Not yet. To battle. I'm not ready. Engaging.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Closing in. We weren't finished.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not ready. Kneel. You will fall. No, you don't. Yes.
10 minute runes.
Smart move. It's not time yet.
Money changes hands.
Not yet. Take the field.
Nah, it's okay.
Sound strategy.
I'll take that.
Not yet. On it.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Charge! Without a doubt.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Take the field. It's not time yet.
Oh my god.
Flanking. Bring it on. I'm not ready.
I should have healed myself, dude.
Attack! Your middle tower is under attack. To the vanguard! Your middle tower has fallen.
No, it's not PA's fault that she's scared. Her hero cannot beat my hero.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tactical. If you
Lion wasn't intentionally stealing. You guys are cynical. Hey, Lion, walk away.
Reposition.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Deploy. It's not time yet. Not yet. Mm-hmm. Orders received.
Oh, that's nice.
Engaging. To battle! Ah, the rush of battle. You will fall. Aye. I'm not ready! On it. Yes. Overwhelming odds. Let's see what you're made of! Oh. Yes. Sound strategy.
Death to all betrayers!
Charge! Attack! Closing in! Yield!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's see you bleed. Smart move.
He's bottom.
Engaging. Yes.
You finger chat. Never mind.
On my way. Not yet.
Medusa's going top.
Fight me.
Oh man, I can't get dual tips.
You call those
Medusa's going top.
things an army, Jen?
Hey, you should just TP
Medusa's
out.
not
You have TP? Yeah.
Medusa is middle.
I'm not ready. Without a doubt. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm good. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, let's try.
To the vanguard. Aye. Flanking.
I'll take that as
This
tribute.
will be nicely. Absolutely. Bring it on. If you insist. It's not time yet. On my way. Just the edge I need. Repositioning. To battle! Attack! Not for you. Attack! It's not
Hey, Fair, don't die.
yet. Yes,
I'm not looking to kill any of these guys.
on it. I'm not ready! Yeah,
Mask
right.
of Madness Medusa. That is how we're gonna win this game.
Are you criticizing her item build? It's good. It's good item.
Sound strategy.
Not against me.
Yeah, maybe not against you.
The enemy's bottom tower.
It's kind of a disrespectful item against me.
I think she's just she's buying it to farm jungle.
It's not time
Maybe.
yet. To battle!
Your top tower is under attack.
Immediately. Deploy. It's not time yet. Charge! Take the field.
Its top tower is fallen.
Orders received. Turn the tape. Now's the time. I challenge you.
Finally, dual damage.
Well played.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're playing Legion? Wow.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, hello, monkey. Long time no see.
Let's. Absolutely.
Hey, Witch Doctor, I'd like some mana. Witch Doctor, Juggernaut would also need some mana. Nice.
Wait. Does he really need mana?
Yes, yes. Okay, he doesn't need mana.
I send you back to the promised land.
We weren't finished. I'm not ready. Without a doubt. My hex is dying. Orders received.
Oh, you got away.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
On it.
Please don't die.
It's not
I
time
don't
yet.
care. I'm pretty fast. Elsie's very
Smart
fast.
move.
Hero.
Yes.
Haste.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Tactical.
Open all night.
Flanking. Now's the time.
Why did I heal myself? My HP is going up way faster than my mana.
Sound strategy.
Completely pointless.
Mm-hmm. Aye. Thrust. Bring it on.
She killed your kill.
On it.
Coconut.
100% Shakira still.
Nothing beats
no.
the fray. It's time.
Anyone want the ward?
No.
Take the field.
You got an item just for that? Oh, it's for right now.
Yes. Deploying. On my way.
I'll take that.
Charge.
Never run.
Oof, Goose is a huge problem, huh?
On it.
What did she use, Murph?
Closing in.
Okay, we got a hunter then.
Never mind.
Yes. Blade mail.
You wanna head towards Dusa?
Fall.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I can TP, so I'm just waiting for you.
She's got her team though, it's kind of scary. If she was solo, we could do it, but I'm...
Well, let me see if I can get a reaction top. Maybe, okay, here, you shove in mid to get a reaction, I'll shove in top to get a reaction, and then we both go
I
in
can
bottom.
get the tower, actually.
Yeah, either way.
So, serious question. Is Moonshard play to win or play to lose?
Play lose.
Against Medusa.
I think Butterfly is way better for you.
You think so? I'll do Butterfly then.
Yeah, because Dusa right clicks a lot, PA right clicks a lot, so kind of solve like two birds with one stone. Butterfly.
If you insist.
Medusa rotated. Let's go, Jakiro.
Sound strategy.
Jakiro's dead.
I'm coming. Oh, he's so dead.
They see me.
On it.
It's pinging me.
That's another one.
Fucking lion. Okay, I muted him.
You will fall.
Ah, damn.
Deploying.
Come on, please crit me. Dude, come on.
Oh no, fucking TP after me.
Take the field. I'm not ready. On my way.
Oh. Fuck, man. I had a small window to blink there. Fuck you, PA, man. Fucking can't crit for shit, bitch.
Structures are fortified.
I'm out.
Come on, use ulti. Come on, use ulti. Oh, you piece of shit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, he did use it.
Illusion.
Did you get that ward there, wherever that was? Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, there's a sentry bottom, but I got the observer.
No, I meant in our jungle, like right here.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Hey, Slark, let's kill whoever's down here, okay?
Flanking.
Your top tower is under attack.
So PA's in one of these two areas. Yeah, I see you.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready, Jakiro?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Jakiro dead.
Easily. Yes. To the vanguard. It's not time yet.
I don't want to fight that.
Absolutely.
I think I definitely need butterfly at this point before
I think
take on Medusa.
let's see here.
But anyone else I can kill. Just not Medusa with a friend.
I think you can take her steps. Or you can go top game, up to you.
I mean, yeah, if Medusa has no friends, absolutely, 100%. But she has friends right
now.
Oh shit.
Not yet. Without a doubt. Yes. I'm not ready. Press the attack.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck, pathing? Oh my god!
Oh, I'm trying to save the LC.
I'm gonna fucking run around like this? Oh my god.
Oh, there we go.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
If we're gonna win this, it's gonna be
Your
us.
bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's better to kill PA.
Should I push or TP?
Enemy will be destroyed.
I'm gonna fight bottom. This is top.
Alright, they're around there.
Engaging.
Got him.
I'm
Just don't let him TP.
ready.
Already trying to be.
Not yet.
Okay, wait.
On my way.
Okay.
Gotta get this. I kept hitting him while he was doing ult because I want the stats.
I'll take that.
You will fall.
Hey monkeys, that guy trash talking?
Smart move.
I want this.
Not yet.
Invisibility changes.
Yes. I have you.
Okay, man. Next time you trash talk.
I'm gonna push into tier 2 and then I'm ready to fight. My butterfly.
Run line, run. No. We are not killing Dusa.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes.
So wait, just kite Dusa around. Like you can't kill her unless she's by herself, and everyone's there. That's the only way to kill Dusa.
Tactical. I'm not ready. Flanking.
No, it's not true there.
Oh, that's nice.
It's not time yet. Easy.
If they chase too hard, I can fight, but otherwise no.
Sound strategy. Yes.
I got Shadow Blade in a few seconds. There's a ward here.
On it.
I think he has friends. Yeah. There's Chen. Yep, there's a ward there. 100%.
Immediately. Another down.
There's 3 next to you.
I'm just getting started.
I'm gonna go top.
Take the field. Without a doubt.
I think there's 0 top and 3 bottom and 1 mid.
Yes.
No, he's okay. We can try.
This is bottom.
Aye. Rally.
Carrot. That Dusa is very hard to kill.
Oh my god.
You guys need me to kill Dusa. Like that was a terrible idea.
Give us a kiss. Orders received.
I forced TP top.
Without a doubt. Not yet. I'm not.
We can probably
ready.
kill bottom. Maybe.
Yeah, if you come.
On my way.
I'm pretty strong.
Smart move.
There's a courier somewhere around here.
I'm gonna jump in right now.
Wait, I'm gonna get this courier. Yeah, getting a courier.
Dire's courier has been killed.
On it.
Next.
Yeah, good check.
It's not time yet.
You wanted
yes,
to do it, didn't you?
That's how we do it.
Yeah, actually ward Roshan, so Dusa cannot get it.
I'm not ready.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Repositioning.
I'm just up.
This has got this. Okay. If you would've found something that could have done it.
Yeah, I tried, but just went around the corner every single time.
Deploying.
Power phase boosts.
I am.
Attack!
Careful mid.
Not yet. Aye.
There's Medusa's there.
If
Do I need BKB now?
BKB's not good this game.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna split top.
Double time. This will do nicely.
Medusa
Sound
rotated.
strategy.
There's 4 bottom. 5 bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, no, don't fight. We can't beat the Dusa.
Closing in.
Just walk away.
On it. Mm-hmm. Not yet.
They're
Yes.
coming to you, LC.
I'm not ready.
changes hands.
On my way.
Yes. Attack!
Oh no, I need help.
Bring it on! Time! Fight me!
Are you fucking serious?
Thanks.
Yes?
Shocker, I needed that.
It's not time yet.
If LC was here, I think we could do it. Oh, you're dead. You're fucking dead.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I was just staying away. We can do this.
It's not time yet.
Okay, I'm gonna heal you when you hit.
The
Health.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
Flanking. I'm not ready. Attack. Not yet.
Oh, he got away. I was too slow. Or he's too fast, rather.
Without a
That's
doubt.
23 shift, that's good.
Repositioning.
I think I need Moonshard.
I will tear you apart! Not yet.
Oh god.
On it.
Moonshard?
Actually, you have to save your money. You cannot make the decision right now because if Dusa goes butterfly, then you have to go monkey camper.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I looked actually and I saw no butterfly.
Yeah, so that Mask of Madness is
like,
very likely to build into butterfly.
I totally agree.
Glad you like the trade, Devraj. Did I get more gold? I wasn't sure that was a good trade because Baden's an off laner, I'm an off laner. I got dual damage, I got more gold, so. Cheers, Jim. Cheers, Jim.
We'll give it to them. Easily. On my way. Press the attack. About time. On it.
Dusa's here, run away from Dusa.
Sentry mid.
This day is not yet won. Sound strategy.
Hey, can you kill the 2 catapults mid? Oh shit.
No. No way.
Orders received.
They're chasing you.
Not yet.
They're chasing me as well.
Smart move. Absolutely. Sound strategy. Deploying. Tactical.
Fight that person. This is too far away.
No, you need to walk away from your area.
Yeah. But this is pretty fast, actually.
On my way. Take the field.
Dusa bought Daedalus.
This
cool. I'm gonna buy Moonshard.
On it. It's not time yet.
I'll take that.
Small victories. Smart move. Flanking.
Basher next?
I'm not ready.
No good.
You will fall.
Yeah, Basher's always good.
I have the attack speed.
When the time is right, he will strike.
Hey. Okay, so you push that wave you push that wave and then you have to go towards Roshan.
Where?
Repositioning.
Yeah. Go to Roshan right now.
Are you talking to me?
Everybody go to Roshan, please.
Roshan has fallen
without a doubt.
I have a TP scroll.
On it. Absolutely. Yes. If you insist.
So with Medusa Gem, I can't really sneak up on her.
Yes.
So how do I initiate? Like, do I go on somebody else?
Oh, dude, I didn't press my blade mail. So bad. What
Medusa
the
mid.
fuck?
I'm going bottom. Do you want to explain my teamfight initiation?
I think you killed Chen Jakiro.
Okay.
You basically just ignore the Dusa.
Until they're dead.
Yes.
Your middle
TP, right back?
No, just keep pushing. Let's see. Try to get a reaction.
Are fortified.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think you go all the way. If they TP, you TP. Shit.
The sisters of the Leia honor you. The enemy's bottom tower is being denied.
Holy shit.
Back or
yeah, you have to back now.
Okay.
Your middle tower
Back in.
has fallen.
Oh shit, we already
Hey, check buyback. Nah, we lost. This Dusa actually outplayed us.
Yeah, it's fine.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh my god.
Dude, I can't believe I didn't blade mail when I dueled.
I mean, it's an 8
dueled
anyway. Like,
Q.
there's nothing we can do about that shit.
Has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
He's still animating, that's hilarious.
A true leader.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just... Medusa's too good at Medusa. Simple as that.
I think they also picked really well around her. Like, they empowered her really well.
Yeah.
Okay, I have time for one more game. It's funny when people lose. Daniel, that's funny to you, man? What a stupid fucking duel, man.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
You have to be up in 4 hours for work. Jesus Christ, Gaben. Have a good night, buddy. Go to bed earlier. And you're very welcome. Thank you for your support.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, Dusa is too powerful.
5 seconds.
Oh
remaining.
man, I think if I press blade mail when I dual PA, maybe we can still win the game. But that was a really big mistake.
Your turn to pick.
Shred, it's kind of hard to do LC's combo, right? Because like you have to press the attack on yourself, you have to blink in, you have to overwhelming odds. Sometimes you even have to press BKB and armlet, and then you duel. Oh, fuck me.
Your turn to pick.
Carry Slaughter.
Your turn to pick.
Counter for Dusa, anti-mage.
Your turn to pick.
Does PA counter Monkey King? No? I didn't pick PA to counter Monkey King. I picked PA to synergize with Slaughter. Magnus?
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Magnus's PA is better than what?
But yeah, I think we just jump them all the time and they're dead.
Yep.
Seems simple enough.
So in this game, I'm pretty sure you have to buy BKB.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm gonna be the tankiest crop in the history of the world.
Magnus PA is better than Magnus PA Slaughter? They're just different, man. It's not better or worse.
The phantom creeps in.
It's kind of like saying, is vanilla chocolate better than vanilla strawberry?
Surreptitiously.
Prepare
It's
for
in
battle.
the bag.
I'm but a shadow.
Might even go Shivas first, depending on how the lane goes.
In the blink of an eye. Very well. They see me not. Sneaking. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Yes.
We have 3 here, we can invade.
30 seconds to battle.
Drag a stun.
In silence. Where falls my shadow, fells my blade.
Drop the radish.
Moving quickly.
Oh no.
Hey Lulu, in that situation, you get the one that has the longer range.
Creeping in. My list has 5 names in it. Yes.
Oh, the salve bait.
Oh, yes. Like a wisp.
Oh, should have stayed.
Slyly. One down. 4 to go. In I go.
Gotcha. You can actually kill him.
Kill. Crystal Mace.
Well played.
Wanted my clarity to get the mana.
Yeah.
is foul play.
Where did game winning item?
Mine got 350 gold for killing me. How? Like, how does that make sense?
I'm a very well. Were you expecting me? Slyly? Surreptitiously. Ha. Least expected. Without remorse. Have some blade. They see me not.
Oops.
Where falls my shadow, fails my blade.
What? 2 TPs top?
What the fuck?
Alright.
TPs. Not
Two
like
TPs top. I'm gonna go into the jungle now.
Yes.
Oh, they're swapping. Okay, I get it.
I'm but a shadow. Like a wisp.
What the fuck, man?
Oh, they're gonna try lane it. They're gonna try lane me. Alright. I can deal with this.
The phantom flies.
Monkey sweeping bottom. There we go. Okay.
Yes. I'm an immaterial girl. I am not hesitate. Collecting my fee. Oh. In I go.
Oh.
Slip
Careful,
through their
Cena.
guard.
You're in danger.
In the blink of an eye. Attack.
TP if you just gonna walk away.
There's more of me. Oh, yes.
I'm going to walk. Casually run, walking.
Just walk right. Let's walk right by him. Not even.
Yeah. I'm a tanky crystal maiden.
In I go. Taken by surprise. Didn't you see me? Look sharp. Surreptitiously.
You can frostbite big kill him.
Yes. None.
One more hit, you would have died.
Here I am. Attack.
I don't have my boots.
Yeah,
Damn.
no, I wouldn't
I'm
try
under
it.
attack.
He's not.
Sneaky.
Man, if he had, what do you call it? Not 2 levels in...
It is not done
Aura,
yet.
we could put him.
Yeah.
Like a wisp. Oh, yes. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
I'm gonna get the runes in a few minutes.
Okay.
Slyly.
Careful.
I
going
feel
for there.
blood. There
Yeah,
falls
go
my
take the
shadow.
other time.
Fells my blade. The blink of an eye.
This'll come in handy.
A soldier's fortune.
Worthy tribute.
You know, if I was really next level, I could have just given you my bottle. Like I could have lost it.
Taken by surprise.
Yeah, just lost it.
In silence.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. I'm but a shadow.
Nice.
Ugh.
See Frostbite again and run to kill him.
I think a little bit more than expected.
Quick strike.
Oh no, that's a wand.
Yeah.
I got baited.
Without remorse.
GG bottle.
Soft on the eye. I will not hesitate.
Does anybody else think that the music is way too loud?
Kill him. Kill him. Got anything?
Yep.
There you go.
Nice.
They got baited.
Have some blade. There falls my shadow, fells my blade. The phantom strikes.
Missing top.
Let's go.
They see me not.
Sure.
Nope, nope, nope. Oh, okay.
Your bottom tower is under
Well, thanks for your
attack.
input, guys.
Very well.
Go, Monkey King.
Yes. Like a wisp. I'm but a shadow. Slyly. Phantom fighter. Have
What
some
the
blade.
Oh, wrong hotkey. Shit.
It's
Jesus
immaterial.
Christ.
In the blink of an eye. Quick strike.
I'm just.
Moving quickly. I'll slip through their guard.
Go hard, dude. Oh, you lucky fucker. You know, he probably doesn't even have wax. I have this dust for nothing. If I have Stout Shield, Invoker's dead.
Your middle tower is under attack. Yes. I will not hesitate. I'll slip through their guard. I'm under attack. Here I am. Attack.
You can kill him now if you crossfire.
Surreptitiously.
Oh shit, that's a tower.
I am not ready. Moving quickly.
Oh, the runes do you on the
Yeah,
wall
okay.
there?
Yeah, you take the bottle.
In I go.
Actually, that's fine. I'll get it out there.
Regeneration.
Oh no, they got both fucking.
Taken by surprise. Look sharp.
Level.
Yeah, that's what he killed
Edges
him
are
earlier.
running. When least expected. It is not done yet. Where falls my
Okay, I'm
shadow,
getting back.
fells my blade.
Corrosive Haze? Oh, you don't have Haze, huh?
I'm just gonna go down.
The enemy's middle tower.
I thought you had Haze. It doesn't matter.
Bishop.
Thank you.
That went well, I think. Sneaky. Creeping in. Without remorse.
Dire structures are fortified.
Ha!
I could have totally split this.
Like a wisp.
He used ulti, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I was. That's why I was getting back because I knew you wanted to hold.
Yes.
I guess I didn't explain the whole.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. I'm but a shadow.
Your top tower is under attack.
Very well.
Desolator is better than Battle Fury for what?
Slyly. Look
You
sharp.
just used Thunderclap.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Don't.
Blink of an eye.
Oh no.
Didn't stand a chance. Attack.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay, why is Desolator better than Battle Fury?
They see me not. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Some left. Slyly. I'm under attack. Denied.
Let's be.
Frostbiting a range creep? Or a small
Two
creep,
guys here,
rather?
careful.
Yes.
Does Graham as well?
I'm but a shadow.
Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Very well. Shouldn't have trusted your heart.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Run out of this, run out of this.
Crystal Maiden last to the tower.
Well, they didn't do anything, so.
Well, I mean, no, like not that the tower went down, but that you last did it.
Like, when you guys are gonna tell me why item is good, you should tell me why from a philosophical perspective without like describing the item. Well, it gives you more damage and PA wants damage. Yeah, well, you know, like you have to give it like in-depth reason why you think it's good.
Lion's going top. Burbett's just going top.
Bet you're glad to see me again.
We can kill Monkey King.
I don't know, item slots. That's maybe.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Haste!
Where I go. I'll slip through their guard.
We fight mid.
Yeah, we could.
Burmester has ult.
He has ult. Didn't he use it over here?
There falls my
Oh,
shadow.
did he?
Fells
Okay,
my blade.
Let's go then.
I'm coming.
Do you remember? I actually don't remember what he did.
I think he has ult. I have strength.
I am not ready. Where least expected.
Okay. Probably not actually.
Pain specialist.
In the blink of an eye. In I go.
Yeah, I'm to go on.
They see
We
me
don't have to
not.
go on anyway. We get the bangers.
Yeah.
Runes.
Taken by surprise.
Worthy trip.
Ha!
I'm bottom.
Like a wisp. hesitate. I'm easy to overlook. There falls my shadow, there falls my blade.
Oh, he ulti.
Yeah, I'm going strength builds. I have Blink in one.
Hey, watch the green panda. The green panda.
Yes.
If he brings it back, he's dead. Thank you.
Okay, let's go.
In the blink of an eye.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Radiant stand a chance. I'm but a shadow.
This game is so much easier than the last one.
I mean, you lose enough times and the coordinator gets sympathetic.
Oh, it's the pity game, is it?
Oh, damn!
And top.
I want to get that ace.
Surreptitiously.
Greetings, my friend.
Battle Fury. This should make my life easier.
This Invoker? Don't blame the Invoker. I'm just a lot better than he is.
Very well. Look sharp.
And Dota's rank. He was around ancient something.
Slip through their guard. Yes. Without remorse.
There was a sense.
Moving
Here.
Haste. In silence.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Taken by surprise.
Oh no, not a mana.
I am not. Here I am.
Look at that.
Creeping in. They'll slip through their guard. In the blink of an eye. Surreptitiously.
There's a panda right here.
Ogre right here.
Slyly. Very well. I'm not ready.
Oh, they have one here.
Quick strike.
I think that's good of
Enemy's
us.
top tower has fallen.
They should be.
Do you blame them?
For the veil.
They should be doing everything right now.
Attack. Moving quickly. Yes. Like a wisp. In I go.
There's some people trying to ward here, maybe? Yeah, they're warding.
Have some room.
Nice run.
Out of the veil.
Oh, this time, our born
I'm under attack. Sneaky.
I have a lot of buybacks.
It's immaterial. Oh, yes. Don't blink.
There's no
or you'll
ult.
miss it. My thanks. Oh, yes. Quick strike. Sneak.
you just reset.
I'll slip through their guard. Like a wisp. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Yes, I Very old. Tribute. Yes. Creeping in. There falls my shadow. Pass my blade.
Nice.
Stricken out. I'll not hesitate.
I'm ready to jump.
Moving quickly.
Ben Bucker just barely got out.
Very well. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Have some blade. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Hey, Matt, glad you like the music.
Look sharp.
Oh man.
There, at my hands, is an honor.
We can kill some people.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The Sisters of the Veil honor your death. Here I am.
Oh.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh no! Finger!
Look sharp. Surreptitiously. Surreptitiously. Your top tower is under attack.
Man, this game's so over.
The enemy's bottom tower
Good job, guys. I almost lost this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was really weak.
I enjoy that lane quite a bit.
It's
a bit late now. Man, I already killed.
I'm gonna die this room. So.
Creeping in.
I don't know what I want to do.
Yes. With my thanks.
Where's your evasion? Get some bubble.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, you're 20% blue. That's the perfect fountain dabbing.
Fighter. In I go.
Oh man, that's dead.
Oh, you died.
That Shiva's
It is not time yet.
Freezing Field.
Listen not.
He's level 8.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh no!
Like a wisp. Dire structures on Assassination is nature's way.
Oh man! Oh fuck!
So close.
Wow, this panda's so polite. After getting an ass whopping.
What if it was sarcastic? Like, oh, thanks for the game.
Maybe. Why would we? Okay, that was my last game. I already streamed 8 hours, guys. So thanks for the games.
All right.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. Talk soon.
Hey guys, you guys want to hear my opinion on Desolator versus Battle Fury? I don't think that either one of them is better than the other. But I will say this. In this particular game, I don't have any sustain items. I don't have Vlad's. I don't have like Morbid Masks. I don't have Mask of Madness. So the Ring of Health for Battle Fury is very good, right? Just for sustain so that I can survive. I didn't buy Bottle, right? I don't have sustain. I'll also say this. They have a Monkey King. So you would agree that Battle Fury against Monkey King is really good, right? You would agree with that. I mean, he hopped on a tree a couple times, I cut his tree, and then he was dead. So you would agree that Battle Fury, at least, is very good for Monkey King. So if you buy Desolator, which is 900 gold less than Battle Fury, first item, but I wouldn't have sustain, right? I'd be running around and then I'd be low HP and I wouldn't have sustain. You'd agree with that, right? And the Desolator gives more damage than Battle Fury, but it's not by a significant amount, right? Like 45 damage versus 50 damage, although there's the -7 armor, but I already had the whatever it's called stone, the Blight Stone, right? And not only that, if I buy Desolator and if you buy Desolator, you're committing to killing heroes. You're not buying it to farm like creeps, right? You're committing yourself to killing heroes, right? Like I have to run around killing Lion, Ogre, Invoker, right? And it's really good if you get the kills, right? Like you can snowball really, really, really quickly if you get the kills. Now I will say this though. If you don't get the kills and you just feed, guess what? You're gonna reverse snowball and you're just gonna... You'd agree with that, right? But Battle Fury, regardless if I kill heroes, which I could, or if I kill creeps, which I could, I'm gonna snowball either way. Would you agree with that? So essentially, if I go Battle Fury, it's a safe choice. Whereas Desolator, it's a gamble on whether or not I can kill heroes. And for the record, I was so far ahead of them that regardless if I buy Desolator or Battle Fury, they're gonna die either way. Anyways, I was gonna buy Desolator immediately after anyways because of the slaughter. And then I probably would have bought BKB at some point. But, you know, like, for you guys to say, like, oh, I think Desolator is better. I agree. Or I think Battle Fury is better. Well, yeah, well, it's fine to think that. But, like, you have to have really, really good logic and philosophy. And, you know, reasons why you think the way that you think. And yeah, as Monkey says, all items have place in their correct situation. Anyways, if I buy Battle Fury, I'm going to be farmed, period. If I buy Desolator, I might be farmed. There's a good chance I'd be farmed, but no, if I buy Battle Fury, I'm going to be farmed, period. And it's very good against Monkey King. Any questions or comments? Yeah, there are a lot of times like where I buy like Dagon. I rush Dagon on a hero, and I run around trying to gank heroes. And then I actually just feed. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? Like you buy Dagon, like you play Nyx Assassin, right? You go like Dagon build, and you run around trying to gank, but actually you just end up feeding, and then the Dagon becomes more and more and more useless. You know what I mean? So if you're building to gank heroes, you better be sure that you're really fucking good at killing those heroes. Because like if you don't kill heroes, you're just gonna end up wasting so much time. Can I explain in Joker level 9? This guy right here in Joker level 9. Is he actually level 9? He is level 9. Is he actually the lowest level in this game? Oh my god, look at his items. 2 null and 2 ring of protection. I see the Sumia build right here. I mean, if he's losing so badly, he might as well go phase boots, right? For the extra 6 armor. And yeah, this guy, he should have bought Wand 100%. Yeah, he should go phase boots Wand. That would have been a sick build against me, but yeah, no, he doesn't really understand. Daniel, Devraj, glad you guys liked the explanation. Yeah, did he pick Invoker after me? Invoker was 5th pick, I was 7th pick. Oh yeah, anyways, PA counters Invoker in lane anyways, because yeah, there's not too much you can really do about PA versus Invoker. Like early game, you don't really have many tools to fight PA. Like I just keep throwing daggers at you, and basically you actually have to spam Ring of Protection, like maybe 2 of them, and then maybe you get a Chainmail right away with Wand. And then maybe you can survive my harass. And he needed to buy more regen. Yeah, I was just slowly eroding him. Like, I would just keep throwing daggers at him, right? And I keep jumping at him. It doesn't matter. Even if he's full HP, I just jump at him, right? And then, like, I win every trade, right? Like, even if he cold snaps me, I still win the trade because I have the attack speed. So I just slowly eroding him away. And the moment he falls to around 30% HP, I just go all in, and then he's dead. So he actually needed to itemize better in this lane. He lost purely on itemization. I almost out CS Boostman as an offlaner. Good job, Crop. But to be fair, you have a flash farming ability. I don't. You have Scream of Pain. What's it called?
Phantom Assassin.
Something Scream of Pain, right? Yeah, it's called Scream of Pain. You have this, sir, with the Crystal Main, so naturally you farm faster than I do. Yeah, I didn't get the Battle Fury until 15 minutes, though. The game was almost over. Was it 15 minutes? No, 17 minutes. Yeah, post 17 minutes, I probably farm faster than you, but the first 17 minutes out of the 26-minute game, you farm faster than me. 3 shifting dagger or 5% Coup de Grace. It depends on the game. I mean, sometimes there are certain targets that you really need to stun.
I challenge you!
Let's say that they have an Enigma and who's another really important person to stop channeling. Like, let's say they have Witch Doctor and Enigma. You probably want the triple stifling. I think you probably want the triple stifling in most cases, just because it's more reliable. Maybe the Crystal Main, if they have Crystal Main, Witch Doctor, Enigma, yeah, you for sure you probably want the triple stifling dagger. Although I think if there's a super farmed Ember Spirit or another really elusive hero like Storm Spirit, let's say that the enemy team have 4 really weak heroes and 1 really strong hero, and it doesn't really matter what the other heroes do, it only matters what this one hero does, then you probably want to go to the 5% Coup de Grace. You think I was spamming that on creeps through Pirate 15? I would hope so, because that's what you're supposed to do. Why farm creeps when you can farm Invoker? Indeed I did. Invoker counted towards this creep score this game. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. You're welcome, Daniel. The other Daniel, he trash talked me earlier, and then I asked him a question and he dodged me. Daniel Lopez. Hey man, remember the question I asked you? Yeah, I lost the game. He's like, ha ha ha, lose. It's not particularly funny to me. It's kind of like if you get rejected by a girl or you fail a job interview and someone's like, ha 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 ha, you failed your job interview. Ha 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 ha. Real funny, man. Jesus. Social skills. Hey, Andrew. Glad you like the stream. Okay. My man, here it goes. Be back tomorrow around the same time. Have a great day, a great night, and thank you so much for watching.